Today is fine day in California. Huh? Choose.
さて、一丁決めてくるか。クールに決まったぜ。
Wasn't that fun? Alright folks, enjoy this cool, bombastic, epic music because it is not going to last forever. The game is still a little bit shy about letting the music persist. Do they have any new tutorial videos on their playlist? The last I saw, it was basically UI, a population overview. What have they got today? They got all up to 3. They got population and military and expansion. They're very slowly piecemealing out the tutorials. I don't know. I think that they could, 7 days ago, it's unlisted. They're populating onto the playlist every so often. But we don't need military and expansion tutorial anymore. Now that our Queen Giovanna is now Queen of the Two Sicilies, consider that ye may be wrong. I should have that on a plaque above the computer for every single strategic and tactical decision I try to make. It's such a shame this music isn't going to follow the longer the game goes on. It's really good music. Which is why I'm glad that we have the playlist on YouTube for when the music does start to lose steam. Alright, so here we are, our gorgeous Two Sicilies. And our biggest threat right now is the Black Death. Slowly making its way across Europe, very, very slowly. It actually showed up in Naples. We had 20 deaths already because it showed up at like 0.01% infective. Okay, so what shall we do now? Now, we're building up warps within the year. Well, yeah, within the year. Tunis absolutely hates us so much that they declared us their rival. I don't trust that. They have negative trust in us and really big hate towards us. So if I look at the diplomacy tab on the outline and I hover over something. Oh, I see that. If I just hover over the country. If I hover over the country, I could see my dislike of theirs. I've been looking at people's fondness for me. If I right-click, I could see their opinion. If I click on the country, I could see their opinion. I could see their opinion. But I had a very hard time finding my opinion of them. To the point where when Aragon did not want... where we could not make an alliance with Aragon no matter how much I wanted to. Because I did not like them enough, despite wanting the alliance. I couldn't figure out, well, how do I get the information on how much do I like them? And why is that a thing I have to grind, and how could I even grind it? It's a hover. It's a basic hover, and it gives us a whole lot of pop-up information. That's pretty cool. Alliance with Aragon, fleet basing, food access, military access, army size. They could muster 15,900 men. We could muster 23,000 now. Hey, MP! How's it going, MP83? I got bad news, MP. I forget exactly where you live. I know that you've, like, shown on maps and mentioned the town name before. But I'm pretty sure that at this point in history, you're still being subjugated by the Swedes. You're not further inland, right? Like you are around this part. Think of saloons. Oh, I'm sorry to say, MP, but... where is it? Buildings missing inputs. Buildings unprofitable. The breweries. We can't properly outfit our saloons. We don't make enough beer. But we have our Two Sicilies. We have an alliance with... where's my alliances? It still throws me off that the alliance is in a red box. Red box makes you think it's a negative thing, like the people who hate me, the casus belli they have on me. No, the people who have alliance with me is in red. Aragon. We didn't get the Papal States to align with us again. They love me. We have one diplomat, going on to 2 pretty soon. Spy network. We have 12 spies in Pisa and 5 in Lucca. The rough thing about taking over in Italy is that it's all a whole bunch of tiny nobodies. I mean, look at this. They claim that the Renaissance and banking and everything else is supposed to spawn in here, where they're all scattered, disorganized, disunity. They don't have our what is it? Our proper nation building here, where we're all united, and... okay, my tax base is huge in Naples. But where's prosperity going to be? Well, prosperity is garbage, look at that! I think we have... we're not too far off prosperity with everybody else. There's some dips here or there. But because I keep getting hit by disease, the prosperity in my own capital is garbage. You came back home a few hours ago, MP, watching a Finnish comedy movie based on an old live-action TV series? Same actors, much older. That's pretty cool. I would like to see something like that for some old television I've watched, but I'm pretty sure. Are any of the Golden Girls even still alive? I know that Estelle Getty went a long time ago. B. Arthur, yeah, B. Arthur's died off. Betty White lived to like 99, right? Rue McClanahan, is she still around? Rue McClanahan is gone, right? Died in 2010. B. Arthur was 2009. I knew that she was gone. And dear old Betty White. 2021 and 99 years of age. So, this is a privilege I do not get to enjoy, MP. I do not get to enjoy beloved television series as their actors reprieve one more time for a movie. You're pretty surprised I got a movie now? I don't know how Finnish cinema culture is. But I can't be too surprised with Hollywood. For our stuff, you know how it is. Everyone gets the revival eventually. I'm surprised Alf hasn't had a movie yet. But I guess he had a movie, but not like revival movie. We love digging up old stuff. Yes, Dad can, or yes, Dad knows. I'm not sure how to translate or even pronounce. What would this be? I'm not gonna butcher it. Kila Isa Elsa? Family dad who thinks he knows everything? Well, it seems like a pretty fitting translation then that makes sense in English and seems to fit the theming of the show. Not bad? Yes! Finnish citizenship right around the corner. $192 money, only making 17.98 per month. Because I was too overzealous in procuring remedies. I thought this would build up some resistance ahead of time. The smart thing would have been to buy this when the disease gets closer. I've kind of been both not very afraid of inflation, but also afeared of it. I've been raising my minting to like an increase of 0.05 inflation a month, then it gets up to 0.3, and then I spend the next 10 months or so dropping inflation by bringing my minting back down to negative. But that also means I've never even seen, well, I guess I have seen once, like 1% inflation. But 1% inflation isn't even a bad thing. It likely makes more sense if I were to raise my inflation to practically maximum. 0.37 a month. And if I get 1% inflation, even 5% inflation, it's a price increase. But a 5% increase isn't the end of the world, yeah? Tax efficiency is currently at 5%. So I could run an extra 32.16 a month. Increase inflation for a bit to say 2%, 3%, 5%. Where prices will get more expensive, but not destructively so. And then once I get my nice piggy bank, drop it again. Diplomatic spending I want to keep as is for a little bit longer. I'm also currently annexing Achaia into us. But given that a big part of the game is throwing my chancellors around, my cabinet around, to try to increase control to get better tax rates, maybe the smart play isn't to annex Achaia as early as I can. Maybe the better play is just to keep my feudal vassals. So they can maintain their own control overseas. Which means more tax for them and then more tax for me. But if need be, I could always release them afterwards. Release them as a vassal after taking them over as a vassal. What do we have here? More trade capacity. And there's my inefficient minting. Only 81.61% efficiency due to lack of access to the goods. Reduce the money we get from minting, but it's still 36 per month. What are we lacking now? The people demand grains, fruit, furniture, and books as always. The buildings demand fruit for breweries, wheat for brewery, silver for the Jewelers Guild, books, university, royal court, hospital, and hospital. I want my hospitals to be at maximum efficiency if we have disease coming in. I want my royal court to be efficient. Due to lack of 2 furniture, 2 book, and 10 gold. Or 0.02 furniture, 0.04 books, 0.1 gold. Okay, so let's get furniture, books, and gold. Books. We have books? We don't have book options. A little bit of furniture, a little bit of books, and plenty of gold. Alright, let's import in more gold, more furniture. Any current trades that are deficits? Genovese furniture, don't need it. Though I did stay up a bit late last night. What's this? Wayward weather. A weather front in Barat. Now see, that's not too bad, because it does give a naval attrition, but it does give local food production. Turns out that a bit of disturbance, and especially some nice, good water, is great for plants. I did stay up a bit late last night, working on my spaceship school that I'm trying to make in Let's School on my own time. The First Navy is suffering attrition. At home. Tragic. And while I was doing the chore of deleting every single piece of floating support beam in Let's School, I was watching the Golden Kamuy movie that came out in like 2024. And oh my goodness, what an adaptation. I was in tears practically seeing how well the characters and the comedy were adapted, every single beat. I gotta catch up on the series too now. $1,300 for beekeepers in Sora. Population feels like it's going to be -24 for my manpower. Army's reinforcing -26. Army maintenance -3. Damn! Well, at least my levies don't have to worry about manpower, since that's primarily drawn out of my population. And population is back up to 2.9 now that we've taken Sicily. Also notice the music disappeared. People in provinces suffering from famine, disease, and unfortunate events claim that sorcery and witchcraft are behind their misery. Women, children, and men have been accused of being witches, of worshipping the devil, and being a threat to Christendom. And has gone so far that people in Napoli have lynched alleged witches without a proper trial. That is impossible. Because one, lynching is named after some guy named Lynch, right? I forget the exact history of it. But it's basically when... It's got racial connotations now because lynching in the United States went from basically mob justice to very heavily getting a posse together to lynch up an unfortunate black person. But it basically refers in general to mob justice, where if you feel that the courts have failed you, then a bunch of good old boys get together and hang a guy up a tree, named after... Was Lynch the guy who was doing the mob justice or the guy who needed the mob justice? Etymology. Named after Captain William Lynch, a head of self-constituted judicial tribunal in Virginia. Yeah. So it's named after a guy who did the lynching. Circa 1780... 1780, we're 400 years too early, Paradox. We can't be lynching witches yet, because Lynch hasn't been born. But twosies. Okay, not that one. There we go. The history of burning witches in Christendom. Scandinavia and the World puts it best. Who used to read Scandinavia and the World Among Us? I did. The Church's original involvement of the witch hunts. Mr. Europe comes over, Vatican, I think Queen Europe is a witch, oh dear why, she's been making people sick. And the milk bad, I see, this requires serious punishment. Only heathens believe in witches. And I think that's the stance that I'm going to take with my Neapolitans here, with my kingdom of Two Sicilies. Witches are not supposed to exist. The devil has no real magic in the world. There is only Christ and his miracles and our salvation through him. But witchcraft... Send a message to the Pope to ask for advice, a cry for help. So either way, if we declare up front that there is no such thing as witches, we get local witch hunts for 1 year, monthly control down, local literacy down, and unrest gets lower. We do get lower unrest in Napoli, in my very unprosperous capital. If we send a message to the Pope for advice, the Papal States get the Cry for Help event. They condemn the witch hunts and witch trials, gain reform desire. We could get nests in here to see what events will spawn what events to spawn what events, so what we'll get in the end. As time goes by, the desire to reform becomes bigger, will impact any future discussion about the doctrine of Catholicism, devotion, the zeal of faith inside the country. So the Papal State gains 10 devotion. I should hope the Papal States has better devotion. Event, the Pope condemns witch trial happens. We gain religious influence. The witch trials are interrupted. The Papal State gains 50 opinion. So, if we just take a hard stance right now, that there are no such thing as sorcery and witches, which is the Catholic doctrine even in the Middle Ages, even in this backwards peninsula on the rump end of Asia, even then, the doctrine is still there are no such things as sorcery and witches. We'll suffer the witch hunts for 1 year, and then it will peter out. If we send a message to the Pope, it could potentially last for 10 years, but the Pope will give us the hard stance advice that the witch trials are to be condemned, and if we agree, we get more influence, the trials are interrupted, and the Pope likes us better. So we know the hard stance, and the hard stance only gives us 1 year of disadvantage. But if we ask the Pope first, we could staunch it and make them like us more. Pope, give us advice. You and I both know that witches aren't real, but what would you do about our peasants? You see, this is why I think, right, that Crusader Kings 3 is backwards in how it does role-playing. Crusader Kings gives you a whole lot of novellas, 10 whole pages, telling you what you're thinking, what you're feeling, what everyone is saying. And then MP came into the chat and he said, "My liege, we haven't had a hunt in 5 years." And then you released a tiny fart. Because you have the flatulent stress category, whatever trait. And then you pepped your nose and you mused and you thought about it. You said, "My goodness, this is right. We should have a hunt right now." Whereas what Crusader Kings 2 does, "Hey Mace, where's my sandwich?" And what Europa Universalis does is they give you a situation. I don't mean like a capital S situation like the Guelphs and Ghibellines or the 100 Years' War. It gives you a pop-up that says, "Hey, shit's happening. Here's a minor description of shit happening." And enough information to get you into the head of the situation on the ground. Here's your options. And then you could wrap around with your own brain with a story around it. That's actual role-playing. Role-playing isn't, here's 3 traits to be the most cartoon character interpretation of, and a 5-paragraph novella telling you what you think and feel. That's not role-playing. That's somebody doing Shakespeare. You don't role-play when you watch or read Shakespeare. You're watching or reading Shakespeare. You role-play when you're given a prompt or a situation, and you're made to create in your head the justification. So... Oh, thank you for the drink. What is this? Is this a peach one? A strawberry thing? Ah!
Mango lemonade.
Mango lemonade? Thank you, Mace. Well, I would say it. Well, it is my card I gave you after all. So thank me, I guess. Thank me.
No, I picked it out.
But yeah. So EU5 and CK2. So much more role-playing than Crusader Kings 3. Throwing or spitting stuff in my face? Straw wrapper. After asking Pope Adrianus. How many popes in are we now? We've only played for like 11 years. He was getting the grumpy hungries, and so I gave him my card to get us some lunch. Cajun fries from Popeyes. It's only 11 years of game, and we're 3 or 4 popes deep now. After asking Pope Adrianus for advice on the whole witch situation about whether or not we should continue with our witch hunts and trials. Oh, they changed their wrapping? Huh. We have waited long for the answer. It finally arrived with the Pope's signature at the end of the official document. Cease the witch hunt trials immediately. Well, that is official word from the top. That is from Papa himself. Our stance with the peasants is going to be no more witch trials. The Primarch of all of Catholicism, the Bishop of Rome, has told us to cease with the witch hunts. We obey. More influence. The influence really what I wanted. We've already got maximum opinion with the Pope. And there are certain things we can do if we have religious influence. Reform desires at 5%. 0.03% increase each month. Religious influence up to 43.9. We could spend it on requesting aid if we had. Well, we can. We have the influence. We just don't have military order government reform. I guess that's only for military orders. Then, if we were a military order, orders of basking our faith, the fetters of true believers, granting aid to our cause should be the prime directive of the Pope. I probably can't transform my kingdom here into a holy order, can I? But with 160, we could request an extra cardinal seat. A new cardinal seat to be added to a cathedral in our territory. So we can build cardinal seats. It's a building type that grants us an extra cardinal. We have 2 cardinals, which is more than most. France has 6. So, one of the things I can build toward, if I can do a world conquest with my meager abilities right now, is I could try to push towards more influence within the Catholic world. Try to get more cardinals than France has. So anything we say is what happens. Which is also more Catholic interaction again in Crusader Kings 2. Crusader Kings 3, I mean. Crusader Kings 2 eventually increased the religious mechanics. So you had the College of Cardinals, Saints, Holy Orders. Really fun stuff. And then in Crusader Kings 3, they simplify it so much. Hey, Toasty. You want a Cajun fried Toasty? Here, baby. You could have one. He's sniffing. He's sniffing. He's taking a probatory bite. Do you like it, Toasty? Are you trying to grab it? Here, Toasty. Here you go. He eats chips. Toasty, if a tortilla chip gets close to his mouth, he'll eat it. I've caught him with his head in a bag of cheeses just going, He doesn't mind drier snacks. Well, speaking of drier snacks. Switch washing to dryer. Okay, so we gotta wait for these spy networks. We got 2 diplomats. Can we do anything with our Guelphs and Ghibellines thing? We can sanction the Empire again. Duchy of Upper Bavaria is still the Holy Roman Emperor. Make them lose 75 more opinion of us. Every single Guelph state, which is basically me, and these central people, will get lifted duties. Less imperial contribution, imperial treasury contribution. And Ghibellines, all these assholes in the north who prefer the Holy Roman Empire over the Holy Pope. We'll get extra trade maintenance and worse trade efficiency. We're gonna fuck their shit up. And support the imperial rival. We've done it twice already. Duchy of Austria is pretty big. If they become the next Holy Roman Emperor, they could be just as much of a threat to me. Because the whole Guelphs and Ghibellines thing is, do we support the Pope? Or do we support the Holy Roman Emperor? It's an extra spit in the eye if we say the Prince Bishopric of Salzburg is set to be the next emperor, right? Prince Bishop Leonello Gabrielli gains the support of the Guelphs until their death. Until their death, it says. We keep swapping it around. Guelph's progress, 18.76. Ghibelline progress, 16.76. I don't know what increases our progress. Maybe it's how much land we end up acquiring, how much influence we pull. Compete for influence over the region of Italy in the name of the Pope, or the HRE. We could do Force Faction Casus Belli. We have these guys along my border here, right? Who I can try to get influence over. But they love me. So it'd be really bad if I were to declare war on them. Even forgetting the lack of Casus Belli, right? War without Casus Belli is 24.28 stability drop. But if you have great relations, that's also bad. It turns out people don't like when you go to war with people who like you. Which is part of why I've been trying to improve their relations. Because if I can, I could get them to agree to be my vassal at 150 opinion. I think I should. But on top of needing 18 extra opinion, they won't accept because they're at minus 38 for accepting. Base of 90, different government type, number of subject, limited diplomacy. So I don't think I could diplomatically ask them to be my vassal.
On it.
The only Casus Belli we have is no Casus Belli, show superiority. To force them into faction, so we would still need to spend time developing a spy network, and then at 20 spies, create the Casus Belli to force them into faction, and then we can go to war. Senato's gonna come up eventually, I'm sure. It's already, what is this, 11 years after game start? So maybe when the Senato comes back around, instead of asking for the law change. Where's my laws? Where's my laws? I got no laws available? Where's my laws? Hold on. Court language. May affect the estate satisfaction of different estates. Nobility prefer high language power. Clergy prefers liturgical power. Commoners prefer common language. These are the market language of our capital, increases trade efficiency. I'm just looking at that because if we use Italian, Neapolitan dialect, 3.52. Italian has a power of 1,368. Mandarin has a power of 38,000. We could swap to Latin. Latin has more language power. It's the liturgical language for all countries with the Catholic and Cathar primary religions. Court language in Hungary and Poland and the Papal States. Could you imagine that if you wanted to operate business at court in the government, you needed to speak Latin? Ugh. Sicilian not used anywhere, Neapolitan. Okay, the Neapolitan dialect is being used in the Two Sicilies and Ascoli, and that's it. Italian in general. Dialects Tuscan, Sicilian, Neapolitan, Median, Dalmatian, Sardinian. And Italian is actually the market language for Dubrovnik. So, across the Adriatic, they prefer using Italian. That's pretty cool. So, you I can't directly influence, or I can't pull you into becoming my vassal. $61. Siena. They're at 77. Reason to accept -122. Reject subjugation reasons, base, different government, number of subjects, border distance, primary culture. So I don't think I could easily diplomatically make these people my vassals. But that would make things so much more easier. Hope, why are we not allies? Hope, with your 7,000 armies that could help me out. This country is currently at war. You're at war? First crusade against the Aidenids. What? When did that happen? I don't recall hearing any call to arms on any crusade. There was the war against the Mamluks, because they wanted Philistine. This is a much smaller crusade they got going on here. Did I somehow miss a call for crusades? Or did it start as a big crusade that involved so many of us and so many of them? And then as the years dragged on, everyone's like, actually, could I leave the crusade? Could I leave the crusade? Could we have a truce? Could we have a white peace? And so I dipped out at first opportunity. Maybe the Mamluks dipped out. And so instead of going against the Mamluks to get Philistine, they're still going against like the one guy who's still inside. Started in August of 1344. Really? What truces have you got? Subjects, truces. I don't see a truce with the Mamluks, but it might have expired by now if it's been a while. Maybe I'll hold off on allying with them right now. Because if I allied with them right now, they'll be like, hey, ally, you want to join my war? How about Hungary? Hungary is a little miffed at us. Backwards monarch? How are we a backwards monarch? Elzbieta Piast is the ruler now. What happened to your papa? King Vladislav. Your spouse was King Andrew Caroly, who wanted to assert influence over us because your son was only going to be king consort and not actual king in right. And so you conspired against me. But then he died, and so we don't have to worry about the Hungarians coming in after us now. Our ruler's mother-in-law. That's my mother-in-law. So, no hard feelings about your son getting murdered, right? I mean, that was my noble's doing, it wasn't me. Six years old? We could possibly arrange him to marry to one of our kids. We have only got sons right now. 4-year age gap, 5-year age gap. There's been worse. So let's see, money. Alright, I forgot that I had my inflation rising. 1.15. Raises by 0.25 a month. That's okay. We're gonna get as fat a wallet as we can get, and then we'll bring it back down. I'm going to say that we'll aim for... What should it be? 3% inflation or 5% inflation before I start toning it down? Slowly spreading through. It looks like it's not as deadly as in Crusader Kings 2. In Crusader Kings 2, the plague will stay for years. We could already see that there are areas within the Golden Horde and the Jochid Rabble Warlord where these gray spots in between where there's no disease used to have heavy disease. It went in, wiped people out, and then the survivors don't gotta worry anymore. So maybe be quick with me. A resolution to vote on with the Pope. Apostolicae Servitius. In spite of many prohibitive laws of the Church, some ecclesiastics have drifted into the habit of occupying themselves with worldly business and pursuits. It's outrageous and should stop. You see this? An official separation of church and the temporal world, as it should be, right? Was it not Jesus himself? Render under Kaiser that which is Kaiser. But once he sees business at the temple, he's flipping tables over. The papal state gets 5 votes. France gets 6 votes. I get 2 votes. So I need to get enough influence to get more cardinals. I want to be like France. France has more votes than the Pope has. France could invalidate anything the Pope wants to do. So, what does this get us? Clergy, estate, satisfaction, equilibrium, 10%. Who's voting which way? Six countries yet to vote. So, is this yes to this is outrageous and should stop, or yes to allowing them to do temporal business? Apostolicae servitutis. A papal bull issued by Pope Benedict XIV in 1741. 1741! We are so far ahead of schedule. Against secular pursuits on the part of the clergy. In spite of many prohibitive laws of the Catholic Church, some ecclesiastics have drifted into the habit of occupying themselves with worldly business and pursuits. In spite of many prohibitive laws of the Church, some ecclesiastics have drifted into the habit of occupying themselves. They're plagiarizing Wikipedia. They're straight up plagiarizing. Paradox. Paradox. I can't believe it. That's like, I mean, it's Wikipedia, but it's also a source. They're straight up plagiarizing a source. It's the exact same sentence. Now, this isn't school, right? They're not going to have to talk to the dean or get expelled for academic dishonesty and stealing. But that's still ripping verbatim the exact same words. I'm sure that at least from a intellectual property standpoint, that's something, isn't it? Because like, even if you're a TV show or a game, you can't just verbatim take things out of the Encyclopedia Britannica. So why would a game be any different with Wikipedia, you know? I feel like this is something that... I'm probably making this more of a big deal than it is. It's not like, oh, it's the end of the world, they're gonna get sued. But it probably is just like a copy-paste here, there, whatever. We gotta put some flavor text for the Apostolicae servitutis. So, here's a blurb on Wikipedia, copy-paste over here. But it is probably a kind of thing that is minor enough, but enough of a thing as far as like, oh, we don't want to involve the lawyers. That if this was known, they'd probably change up the wording a little bit, like students like to do, wherein instead of in spite of many prohibitive laws of the church, they would change it to say, despite the many rules of the church. You know, just like, whatever, flip two words around, call it a day. Paradox? I don't like using Turnitin. I feel that there is a lot of privacy rights associated with Turnitin. But if I have to start mandating in the syllabus that you gotta put your descriptive blurbs through Turnitin.com before we're allowed to put it into the game. I'll vote yeah. Vote yeah. And get the clergy to like me more. Inflation of 1.15. Which rat is this? Is that smallpox, measles? Or has the plague made its way to my shores? Bubonic plague. For the second time is in Naples. 0.06 presence. We have resistance of 1/5. When disease reaches a certain level in each location, the following happens. Local pop promotion speed goes down, pop demotion speed goes up. Migration attraction is killed. Prosperity minus 10. We are going to be so unprosperous. Great pestilence. We're fully immune to. Great pestilence brought by mysterious bearded foreigners. Not something your elders ever heard of. No answers to our ancestors' memories could help us face a catastrophe. Is this supposed to be syphilis? That was thought to have come from the New World, but is kind of mostly unknown on the true whatever. Is this consumption? No, that's influenza, measles, smallpox. We're 100% immune to smallpox for how often that fucker came around. Okay. Bubonic plague is in one of our provinces. It has killed 20 already from the previous go-around. Now that it's in, we can move court into hiding. At the cost of 10 stability, I've got 33. Expel the sick would eventually pop up. Also costs 10 stability. Burgers hate me. Peasants hate me. Could build pest house. Sponsor mass forgiveness. It costs money is a thing. It costs money to enact it on a month-by-month basis. It's not just a one-time mass forgiveness. Sponsor mass forgiveness until the end of the game. It doesn't tell you that there's a monthly cost. I'll move the court into hiding when the disease gets worse. Oh, my little Luigi is old enough to have an education. Alright, what trait do I want my kid to have the most? Administrative gives crown power, advisor cost, building cost, proximity cost. Diplomatic gives diplomatic cabinet action bonus, estate satisfaction equilibrium. Cheaper artist to hire, diplomatic reputation, diplomatic capacity. Military gives military cabinet action bonus, train general, train admiral cost, army morale, navy morale. So do I want to give crown power or estate satisfaction? Estates are already pretty easy to manage as is. I think I want to push more crown power. So let's have little Luigi have a administrative education. We can give it expensive education for 253. Balance gives them a 0.5 ability increase during education. Any other one gives a general 0.25 ability increase, but a 0.75 for the focused area. We'll give him admin. Look at my little Luigi, he's so cute! My cute little Luigi boy! Unused trade capacity in apples again. Am I still short on buildings? Let's see. How much book do we need? Always do we need more books. 99.59 capacity, 83.33. The Royal Court simply needs books and gold now. They're good on furniture. Books. Oh, that's my current trades. Oh, there's no further books we could ask for? Let's get gold in then. And that should satisfy the Royal Court's need for books. Inflation's still increasing steadily. 14 spies of the spy network in Pisa. And Calabria Citra has a control here. Looking very nice. So let's spread these control growers around. We got more 15s around here popping back up. Tax base is awful world over. But is slightly better around my capital. Okay. Increase province control. I've also got to worry about these areas now that they're part of me. It appears Crown Prince Luigi Angio, my heir, is intelligent. Now that he's 3 years old and he could talk and move around and babble at us, we could see he's actually a very intelligent little boy, and that gives him better administrative ability increase. See, this is better than how Crusader Kings does it, where as soon as the baby has popped out of the womb, we know if he's attractive, if he's a genius, if he's lifelong ugly, what his base prowess is. You could have babies that could beat people at arm wrestling. And the jokes are endless. So it's much better if babies are born as a blank slate. And then either their stats are revealed as they get older, or as they get older, stats or traits pop up that influence their abilities. Which is also why the novella approach that Crusader Kings takes is a downgrade. In Crusader Kings 3, if by some chance of getting the right event, you end up dueling a baby to the death. There's lots of, you're not allowed to do XYZ in Crusader Kings, but by virtue of events not being perfect, you can do XYZ anyway. Very commonly, if you look at the subreddits for like getting children married or getting children pregnant, because certain events don't track for is adult, yes, no. They just track for event happen, here's a pregnancy event. And so, Crusader Kings 3, if you end up in a duel to the death with a child, and by chance, the child's, let's say, 19 prowess overcomes your 20 prowess, 23 prowess, your 14 prowess as an adult, it would have your character as a 3D sim and the little baby holding his spear or whatever, duking it out, while the event tells you exactly how the baby's kicking your ass. Whereas And that's silly, right? Like, you could see your baby, like, waving its spear around. Suck in head, drop an emote there, maintain my streak. Whereas in Crusader Kings 2, if you got into a duel to the death with the baby, it's a bit less descriptive. And so you could wrap your mind's imagination around, well, maybe my character with his 40 prowess was slain by a 19 prowess baby. Because we were like, we're not going to fight this baby, it's ridiculous. And then, you know, we didn't take it seriously. And we were showboating. And we ended up cutting our own throat open. The less you write, the more the role-playing you can do, and the more you can justify things that happen. Point 18 presents. How's the rest of Europe? Is slowly coming through. It's basically Eastern Europe and us. Great. Thanks. Inflation 2.15, and I got plenty money. How's the Pope's war going? He's still at war? Currently at war. $2.15. But I got so much cash. I think I'll take it to 3% inflation, then dip it down. Conflict of fads. The nobility and commoners alike are currently waging a war of culture over the best behavior to ward off the plague. Some lock themselves away at home, eating little and praying much, hoping that austerity will save them. Others break into abandoned houses, drink like the plague will take them tomorrow, and indulge in sin until sunrise. We do not know if either of these behaviors will actually alleviate the plague, but supporting one of them might prove more beneficial for the state. Austerity keep us pious and safe, lose stability. Estates less satisfied, unit food consumption down. The nobles... Come on, lock in already. Oh. No, estate satisfaction across the board, -5. 65, 85, 61, 51. The peasants will go down, but they get a plus 0.3 a month, so it won't take them too long. Self-indulgence keep us happy and safe. Commoners are happier. Every location we own in Terra di Lavoro that has not already overcome the disease will have the spread of the bubonic plague increase by 10%, while increasing pop satisfaction by 10%. So here's the thing, right? In real life and in game, what I'm thinking is please keep us safe. But because this is a video game, and the people aren't real, and the disease is going to come through anyway, right? It could actually be to my benefit to say, whatever, get it over with, because the disease is going to come through. And this is the era before wearing masks and doing mass vaccinations. And washing your hands and using, what is it, like alcohol hand sanitizer, specifically. So, we don't have ways to keep us safe and tide things over until it passes. In-game, the disease is going to come. It is inevitable. It's going to happen. You can put in little buildings here or there to resist. You could put in policies to mitigate it somewhat, but it's going to happen. And it's going to spread through all of your land until it has killed enough people for What's the thing I'm looking for? And it will go through until we hit the point of immunity, and then the disease will fade away. That's the script. That's exactly how it's going to happen each time, every time. We're also losing more of our immunity as it becomes more present. So, it could actually make gameplay sense to make people happier, increase satisfaction, and just let everyone fucking die right here, right now, to get it over with. Plus, it's not very present in Europe yet. We get to become the super spreader. We could super spreader the plague from us to the rest of Italy to the rest of Europe. It's already shown up in Arques, in Trier, in Pitau. MP, I'm so sorry. It's in Helsinki. It's in Kimi. It's in Liljendal, Sisma, Berkala already has a plague. – 4.77% present. So 8% present. Now you're butchering the names? I'm sorry, MP. I've made no promises at being good at pronouncing stuff. Every single time there's a foreign or even an English name that's slightly complex, I'm very upfront that it's going to get butchered. Finland has it worse than we do. We've only got 1.59% presence. And only in the capital. Finland has it in a number of areas and at higher percentages. Almost 5% of the population. 14% over there. 8%. It's higher along the coasts, it seems. So, it's cute. Well, I'm glad you appreciated that, MP. I wasn't raised on Hopanuli, so I don't have it naturally on my tongue. Lose stability and lose happiness, but people don't eat as much for 5 years. Buying food in areas where food isn't in surplus is only a minus 0.63 to my treasury. I hate to say it. I hate to say it, but I think the gameplay stronger option is let my people party until they die, become a super spreader, and just get it out of the system faster. Self-indulgence to keep us happy and safe. Austerity to keep us pious and safe. I could always move my court into hiding. Hey Onyx, careful. I don't want you sitting on my mouse when I have my cursor over an option that costs stability to enact and would possibly cost stability to remove. What you looking at, Onyx? Do you want to try your... What are you looking at? Are you looking at the empty Cajun fries box? You smell it? You want to sniff it? Is it not the Cajun fries? Is it the mango lemonade? You sniff it? You sniff it? It's not the mango lemonade? Is it the unopened bag of a Popeye spicy chicken sandwich? What you looking at, Onyx? You're... Is it the paper towel that my fries were on? Is that what you're sniffing? You smell food that's already been consumed, Onyx? Is that it? Here, Onyx. I'll put this paper towel on... I'll put it on the floor. So if you want to sniff the paper towel, if you want to sniff the fries container, the empty fries container, you can do it there, okay? You don't wanna? You wanna sit over here on the desk? Okay, Onyx. Oh, just off camera? You don't want to be on camera, Onyx? Where's the shock collar? That's in poor taste. I actually do have a shock collar. It's in my closet right now. But that's not for pets. That's from back when I was dating British. And pretty kinky. I bought it with the intention of bringing it over to England so we could have some summer fun together. And then I was like, I'm a good boy, right? If I'm going to fly overseas, and careful, Onyx, and carry things onto airplanes, I'm going to Google up and see what's safe to bring on airplanes, like regulation-wise. And, things like electric weapons, like stun guns and tasers, are specifically no-goes for most airlines or for bringing it to country. Makes sense. A little shock collar that you want to put on your girlfriend's neck or on your girlfriend's thigh, just for some kinky electricity play, isn't an electric weapon. But it is an electric tool that you could use for electric stimulation and mild electric harm. And so, I didn't trust that I could bring it onto the airplane and through border control without them making a fuss. And so I left it here. And then when she came over one Christmas, we never used it anyway. So, the poor thing's just gathering dust. And then it turns out that everyone else thereafter doesn't want to try electrical play, so... Oh well. Minus 2.5 stability. Or make everyone happier. And just let the disease spread through faster. I'm not gonna game it. The game it answer is let people party, be happy, die, become the super spreader, get it over with, build that immunity, and then we could thrive while the rest of Europe is suffering the plague. But that's not gonna be me. We're gonna be... Well, technically, she somehow picked up malevolence. She is a wicked queen. Look at her trying to look not guilty. Again, it's the nobles who murdered my husband. I just looked the other way. We're gonna be a good queen, a good malevolent queen. That's history being unkind to poor Giovanna. We'll take the stability hit, the popularity hit. And how's my inflation hit? 2.53? Could I raise it any further? It's at max minting. I'm putting no investment into stability growth, that it's already at 0.04 increase per month. clergy ratio of the primary religion gives more stability boost. It would be decaying if not for our clergy ratio. So if I just went full-on Catholic and made Italy fully Catholic with only very tiny religious minorities, then we'll have more clerics of our religion and thus more stability, huh? Well, that is the name of a Paradox game, isn't it? Paradox games are all about becoming internally hegemonous. On the shores of Messina, a ghost ship washed ashore. This merchant vessel arrived one night and has remained there ever since, untouched by the locals. The townsfolk are too afraid that the vessel may be infested by the plague to approach it. The contents of the remains of the crew remain intact. They've asked the kingdom to burn the ship for safety. Burn the accursed vessel, nothing happens. It smells of booty. Gain 45 medicaments to treat all kinds of illnesses, to their medicinal properties, or supposition thereof. Some based on actual properties than others, in some cases a matter of belief. Bubonic plague presence in Messina set to 10%. It smells of booty. It smells of booty, so burn it. How's plague right now? It's still only in Naples. We're containing it. We're the front line for the rest of the country. Hey, Chillin' Chum. Boop to you too. It's at 4.6% presence. How's Finland doing again? It's still relatively low. 16.67. 9.8. 9.8. It's in Scotland. Edinburgh, 30% diseased. Chillin' Chum, I hate to say it, but I truly feel like the best decision to take in this game, when it comes to the plague, is to just take whatever benefits you can and let it run faster through your kingdom. Because it's going to go anyway, right? There's no preventing the plague. It is going to happen, and it's going to kill your population anyway until the point you hit immunity. So, on a gameplay basis, I'm starting to think that the smart play is don't fight it. Because if you fight it to slow the spread, all you're doing is delaying it, and you're picking up disadvantages to delay it, and it's going to happen anyway. But if I let it happen, then I get a whole bunch of benefits. We would have gotten more trade goods and medicaments if we accept this boat. We could have gotten the peasants happier and population happiness if I tell them to party until they drop. And I think I'm missing out by trying to play it smartly. I think you really should just burn through the disease, get your population dead fast, because then you're immune. Your survivors get to be immune. And then while the rest of Europe is suffering the plague, you've already been done. So you're already in recovery while everybody else is dropping. I think that's a smart play. Second day of shoveling snow was today for work. Hope you got paid well then, Chillin' Chum. I do like snow. And the people who live in snow always tell me, the one thing they always say is, we are not gonna like the snow if you have to shovel it. I still would. For me, having to shovel snow is not all that different from having to wake up in the dark butt crack of the morning, turn your car on for half an hour, so you can start chipping away at the windshield ice without cracking the windshield. I was stationed in North Carolina for a while, and despite being in the tropical south of the US, we got some pretty good snowstorm in North Carolina when I was in. I'm talking like, holy shit, pictures of the Atlantic Ocean with solid ice along the coast kind of snowstorm. So, if that's the cost for living in snow, I'll gladly pay it. I'm gonna say burn the vessel. Every place has its chores after all. How's inflation? 2.9. We'll give it one more month and then start dropping. Or maybe take it to 5. If I take it to 5, then that'll be a whole lot of money. And then as I wait for the inflation to drop, I'm still making money. What have we got here? Locations depopulating in Napoli. Disease is finally strong enough that I'm losing people again. And it's spread outside Naples now. So you see what I mean? I should have just taken the medicants out of the boat anyway. Because Messina doesn't have disease yet, but it's going to. So if the disease is going to spread, why fight? 39.62% presence. Over 1/3 of my population here. 24% resistance. 13%, 13%. Oh, these guys are gonna suffer good. My population. We just got it back up after uniting Sicily. After so many other diseases, just measles and smallpox. Measles and smallpox did this and that. We finally got back up, and it's gonna go proof again. We can move our court into hiding. There's been 7,000 deaths already. Control the food market. We could isolate the country. Merchants and other travelers bring in the scourge from other territories. Completely close off our borders to any trade, no matter the cost to our economy. Burgher estate satisfaction down. Peasant estate satisfaction down. Foreigners banned from imports and exports. Move towards traditionalist, a traditionalist economy. What if the place had less chores? What if the place had more chores, but they were nicer chores? I get to play around in the snow, dressing all sexy-like, in sexy winter clothes. I'm gonna hold off on moving the court into hiding for now. Minus 2.5, 5, and 5. It also costs 10 stability to enact. And given that repealing procure remedies is 20 whole stability, I'd expect that coming out of hiding also costs stability. Let me get a save here. Also, you notice the lack of music. There was like 1 or 2 good songs and the music has stopped. Some people on the Reddit say that 100% music density gives them all music all the time. They also suggest that a restart is required before music settings take place. They claim that it says it's in small print, but it's there, but I don't see it. Just tells me what it does, what it does, what it does. If I say change it and save, there's nothing that says a restart's required. 1st of November, and now we got 3.28% inflation. Things are so expensive, though. Roads are so expensive. We'll bring it up to 4. To 4, and then we'll drop it. I heard some folks like to hover at 2% inflation because that's real world economics. 2% is some kind of magical number. And so even if they don't understand the magical number, they like having the magical number. Minus 13,000 from Naples. Apostolicae servitutitutus has passed. We gain it for 10 years only. 10 years of a state equilibrium happy. For the clergy. Unused trade capacity. Huh. I wonder why. Okay, let's get books in. This is the tab for imports or profits, but we do still need books for the hospital. So hey, our royal court and thing already has as much books as they need. And our university does. We just need more books for the hospital. Hospital in Palermo is operating at 83.33% capacity. Let's help them out. While making some good scratch. Building needs is gems. Who needs it? Who still needs gems? For the Jewelers Guild. How about people needs? Grains, fruits, furniture, and books. And books! Oh, there's no more books to choose from. But that's exports for profit. And books! Books from Bruges. And what else should we get? Furniture, livestock, fruits. Who needs furniture? In my Napoli market, they need furniture? Okay, furniture from Genova. What, 9% Molise. Depopulation of minus 18,500 per month now. Ugh. Look at that. We got people moving from the west of Naples to the east, it looks like. Everyone's fleeing from disease, but it can't be helped. They're sick there too now, motherfuckers. 67.81% presence. We're building up our resistance slowly. Yeah, I know there's depopulation. I know. Pope's at a war? Pope's at a war. And how's my maritime presence looking? $30 and decaying, 39 and decaying. Apple States have it over there. Kingdom Two Sicilies, us. I sent my 2 fleets to patrol these waters. But patrol these waters means that they're sitting around and saying, yeah, boss, we're doing it. So I like to take a look once in a while to make sure we actually are maintaining maritime presence. $1.65. We got so little presence around our island. County of Salona is dominating St. George's Bay there. Where even is the County of Salona? That's over... Wasn't that one of Sicilies? Yeah, yeah. Okay, January. Let's see how my inflation is looking. 4%. We got 600 ducats. And 4% inflation. I think it'd be a nice idea to start. Number go down. How about number go more down to fight inflation now? All the way down, number. There. Minus 0.05% inflation per month. From 30 or 40 something to only 17.99. These RGOs missing employees gonna get worse. 176 months to get 870 people in Mistretta. Still short on books for the Hospital Palumu. Current trades. I don't gotta do automated stuff. That takes the fun away from me. They want books, let's give them books. What else do they need? They want grains. They want fruits. .03 books. What popped up here? More depopulation. Buildings missing employees. We got enough depopulation not just for the resource gathering operations, but the cities themselves are dropping folks. Growth of Naples attracts commoners. Could you guys get attracted after the disease goes through? It seems as if commoners are moving out of the hinterlands of Nola and aim to earn a living in Napoli. This is creating turmoil in the countryside of Nola, but Napoli may benefit in the long run. Well, about that. Nola is in no better condition than, well, it's only 47% present now. We've built up 50% resistance. In Nola, 78% are plagued, and they've only got 21% resistance. So you see? Now that it's going through us, we're getting done with it faster. We're starting to get more resistance than there is presence. Make our pops in NOLA lose 15% pop satisfaction. Societal values towards centralization, currently 30 towards decentralization and building towards decentralization. Satisfaction equilibrium of more decentralized. Maximum exhaustion down, loyalty of subjects up, counter-espionage down. When centralized is dominant, we get more crown power. Better counter-espionage. Better proximity cost. When decentralization is dominant, estates just 5% happiness, it's nothing. Lower maximum war exhaustion. More loyal subjects, but that's pretty easy. Counter-espionage worse. So, for me, decentralization sounds worse then. Because 5% estate satisfaction equilibrium isn't a big thing. And loyalty of subjects can be earned in so many ways. I see? I see? What are we seeing? Let's accept the people of NOLA moving over. If the commoners belong on their turf, the commoners will hate it, but the nobility will love that. They want to maintain their human cattle. I said I see? I see. I gotta centralize more. I reminded you of that one sound command Rig has? Give me the development. Napoli is the capital anyway. NOLA is a little rural part that produces olives. It's simply some beautiful olive-growing country. We need that development. We're the capital city, for goodness sakes. Minus 33,000. Still missing books. How many goods do I need for these numbers to start going away? Albania is at 150 now. I was building up opinion in Albania with the intent of assimilating it, like I'm doing with Achaia. But given that I have my guys bouncing around location to location to location, trying to build up control, I'm thinking it's better if I'm not the one doing it. At least until more tech and centralization comes in to make it easier to maintain control without just running my guy ragged all over the place. Increase province control. Hidden navy. That's my navy, what you talking about? Saying my navy is hidden because we're in ports? A weather system affecting our country. I can never be unhappy with more food production. A papal warning. Hold on. Hold on. Forget Gilbert for country. What's this? What's this papal warning? News has arrived from an official decree by Pope Adrianus VI warning rulers and community leaders to avoid fueling hatred against minorities. The Black Death is without a doubt an act of God. Anyone who claims otherwise is committing blasphemy and could be excommunicated. Unfortunately, minorities make for great scapegoats and targets for anger when great strategy strikes. Whether we continue to benefit from this or heed the papal warnings is up to us. The minorities are controlling the Pope! Lose stability, gain prestige, commoners like me more, lose influence with the religion? No. It might not be an act of God, but we can't just be doing pogroms around, trying to round up minorities blaming them. Religious influence minus legitimacy, but we have so much. We could afford to lose more. Now what's this? Guild before country? When aristocrats warned us of the secret societies that had supposedly infiltrated Sicilian politics, we chose not to listen. They predicted that we might very well pay with our lives when this conspiracy turned against us. Nothing quite so dramatic has happened, but one of our close advisors, Bartolomeo Prignano, who I appointed because he represents the clergy, and mostly I put him in because my two priorities for who's going to be in a cabinet position is, do they represent the crown, and do they not represent the nobles? At the time, I only had Luigi as the crown representative that I could put in the cabinet, and Bartolomeo, is not noble. One of our close advisors, Bartolomeo Prignano, has made some very dubious decisions lately, eventually admitted that these were services to a secret society that he is indeed a part of. The other politicians are up in arms. There's no avoiding a scandal at this stage. This loyalty to this Two Sicilies must be punished. Bartolomeo dies and I lose 10 prestige. Diffuse the situation, lose 7 stability. 7 stability or 10 prestige. Bartolomeo? Okay, that scared me there. Like, killing off him, whatever. But then a death report with a baby on the icon. I thought that was mine. My niece. My 1-year-old niece has died of the plague? It doesn't say what had killed him, or her, my niece. The undiscovered country, from whose bourne no traveler returns. Appropriate song. No, it does say, died from the bubonic plague pandemic of 1346. Going against the peasants, even the nobles, whatever. But it went after one of our own. Should I take the decision now to move the court into hiding? It costs 10 stability. There's N requirements for the Black Death. No location has a disease present. I gotta make sure I'm the first one to press the button. It's starting to get better in Naples. 32% presence, it's dropping. Resistance is at 67, it's rising. What's going on in Hungary? That's a different color entirely. They got the flu. The rest of us are suffering from the plague, and they're getting the flu. So take your pick. Do you want the Black Death or a novel coronavirus? Well, I guess it'll be influenza for them. Coronavirus is different but related, I guess. Flu-like symptoms are not the flu. Influenza or the plague in an era where we don't have inoculations against the flu every Christmas. Oh. But I feel like... No, I was thinking maybe it's better to get the flu. But the trouble with... I mean... They still got the plague. There's still plague going into Hungary. Access to the flu doesn't mean they don't get the plague also. Influenza's present, they're building resistance. Yeah, see, they got both. They got presence of the plague and of influenza competing with the same population. So, getting sick from one thing does not raise a nebulous disease-resistant stat like in Crusader Kings that tries to make it a little bit easier on you, especially if you're playing in a wealthier area like the Italies. And if you get sick by something, disease resistance goes up because you just got a whole bunch of sickness, you got some minor negatives to your country, and so it becomes harder for diseases to settle in because you just got over something. Nah, you could have both. You could totally have both an influenza epidemic and the plague. $16 a month. Inflation's down to 3.93. Maybe I will wait till it gets to like 2% or whatever, and then move my minting to inflation equilibrium. But for now, keep it at minus 0.05. Get it down for a bit, save some money till it gets to a slightly cheaper thing. Because a 3% increase is not the end of the world anyway. Less inflation is better, especially since we don't exactly have considerations about, what is it, loans for homes or whatever. Prices going up, down with the pennies you get from the bank every year. Oh wait, I forgot to put another guy in. There's no guy actually increasing things here. My cabinet member, since one died off. We have Luigi Angio. For 12 years, he's been representing the crown. Roberto Angio. Middling stats all around. 38, 44, 58. What's yours? Yours 27, 43, 67. So he's middling on diplomacy and better. I won't say great, better on martial. Middling all around. Basically a slightly better version of Luigi when it comes to when it comes to administrative. And that's the only other crown representative. We have people with better stats. But the nobles have plenty of power as it is. 32.65 for the crown, 43.34 for the nobility. Roberto? See, I do have laws. For whatever reason, when I opened the game, the laws just were not there. So when it comes time for the Senato to come back around, completing a thought from like 2 hours ago, we have levy laws as noble laws now, or noble levies. I would like to change the distribution of power from traditional distribution, which weakens the crown, makes the estates very slightly happier, and moves towards decentralization at that, to one that favors the ruler from -10 to +20. That's a 30 increase. Minimum tax higher, estate satisfaction just 5, but who cares about that? That's nothing. So when the next Senato comes around, I feel like it's either favor the ruler or get them to agree to give me a casus belli on one of my neighbors up here. $19 spy networking. 0.48 each month. I don't see the decimals for how many spies, so it could be next month, it could be the next 3 months. Pisa is currently at war. Tunisian Pisan War. Started by Tunis. No. Tunis, Tripoli, Touggourt, Gafsa, and Gabes. Against Pisa, Bologna, and a few others. Upper Bavaria, Lower Bavaria trying to help out. They're gonna get their asses kicked though, look at that. Pisa's got nothing. And Tunis already has like 14,000 there. How's the war score going? 5.7%. 12 battles. Yeah. How many boats does Tunis have? They got 35 boats. Primarily transports, so we could kick their armies, their navies easily. They're actually making the jump to attack Pisa. They're jumping, they don't want to do us, because we're too strong now. So they're funneling straight to Pisa. We're gonna end up with our own little Reconquista here now. Is there a button to disable the interface? I know that for Crusader Kings, it was, what was it? Was it Control F10 or something? For Crusader Kings 3? Disable GUI at F9, Control F9. Gonna do a little Control F9 real quick. Leave you guys with a pretty map, because I'm gonna take a BRB. It's been a couple of hours now. And so, what am I gonna do about Pisa? Am I going to have to... Pisa could be locked in 2 wars at once. Tunis is currently there, but I could try to beat them. We'll see. But first, I gotta finish this chicken sandwich. Or you know what else I can do on BRB? We could look at the world map. Yeah. Yeah. We could actually peel back the veil. Look at that. They got nothing going on in the Pacific. Nothing going on in North America. The bias is immediate paradox. No Aotearoa even. They got all the population there, the culture's there, but he can't play as them. If the concern is they want these areas blank to make colonization easier, then that sounds like they should just change the colonization mechanic. It's not like there weren't people there when Europeans colonized in history. I think the game would be more rich, robust, and pleasurable if the people are actually where the people were, and you could play your games with the peoples interacting with each other as they should be doing, as they have been doing. And then if Mr. Mayflower wants to come across the ocean and land and start doing some colonizing, well, that's friction. That's good. I think they're missing out by just having it be, well, we want colonization to be here, So there's jack shit until somebody else comes in. That makes it... This is a very complex game. It's a game that prides itself in its complexity. So why simplify it there? Take the plunge, Johan! It's not Europa Universalis 3 anymore. We gotta sexy it up. Alright, chicken consumed. Break is done. And that's enough staring at this pretty map. So doing the view world option, the world map option, is basically just pulling him out of the game to a kind of a paused observer state. Can't swap countries because they didn't turn the rule on to allow us to swap countries. We gotta go back home to us. Go back into the game as us. "21 years of age now, our Queen Giovanna." I was doing a very quick Wikipedia look, and apparently 21 is when her regency ended. Whereas in game, because 16 is adulthood, that is when regency got to end for us. Alright, so where were we? We do have bubonic plague and influenza. Hungary! Hungary was feeding us more influenza while I was out. Bubonic plague present. Bubonic plague. That's a lake. A lake isn't influenza. So where do we have influenza? Look at how much plague there is in us. At the very least, it started to die off in Naples. 20% presence to 78% presence. Let's see. 13, 49, 421. Alright, just making sure. Spine network 19. We got more sea levies. And there's my 20. Man, by the time I finish... What's up? Yeah, he's sleeping on my bed. That counts as sleeping for cats. By the time I build Casus Belli on Pisa... Tunis is gonna have him taken over. War score of minus 5.7. So Tunis is losing. Alright, they're currently losing. They got lots of transport, but they got 49 army. They could potentially bring 49,000 army into this. They got 17,000 already. Minus 3,000. As long as Pisa isn't taken over before my Casus Belli is done. Could I not do provincial claim Casus Belli? Have I got this wrong? Create Casus Belli. I could disrupt trade. I could do anti-piracy war if I had the qualifications for those. Can't do trade conflict. The 10 stability cost isn't to create, right? So the best I can do is force into faction. Do I care enough to force him into faction, though? But I guess a Casus Belli is a Casus Belli in the end. It could start as force into faction and end with taking them over or force them to be a vassal. I could do it like that. That's the cost of declaring war. I'm simply creating the casus belli. And since we currently enjoy good relations, I'll need to start insulting them. Cancel spy network building. Unless, who else do you have with you? Your enemy is Siena. You get a royal marriage with Dithmarschen, an ally with Bologna, and supporting the heirs of Canaves and Aquilia. So I don't gotta worry about too much if I go against them. Buildings still need books. Hey, we're doing better on the buildings that need materials. It's just books now. Still. People also still need books. They need legumes. They need fruits. That is decades of waiting for population to grow enough to get wheat, to get cattle, to get olives. Well, the olives are only 62 months, but man, 500 months for some of those. 200 months for wheat. Oh, thank you. See, I'm going to be relying on imports for a while to satisfy these things because the plan was to build a whole lot of roads, build up a whole lot of RGOs, get the wheat for myself, get the clay for myself, got lumber, got iron, got lead, got alum. Like goat cheese. But with all the depopulation, I simply do not have the people to work in the fields, to harvest the plants, to work in the mines, to even operate the buildings. So if I want all this stuff that they need, I gotta get it from the outside. I simply do not have the people. What's this, antlers? Wild game, so yeah, there are antlers. Let's get some legumes going. That's it for legumes. Some books going. Hey, Toasty. Toasty, you're awake? You want to go onto the stool there, Toasty? You want to sniff at this cup? This empty cup? You want to sniff at my tea? Are you looking around for things to eat, Toasty? Well, you missed out, Toasty. You missed out, baby. I had the door wide open when I was eating fries. When I went on BRB and ate a chicken sandwich. Careful, little one. You're so mobile on my desk today, Toasty. What are you looking for? You got some kind of agenda here. Is it because you smell food, but you don't see food? And now he's gone out the door because he's been satisfied in learning that there is no food here. My poor precious pops. $3.83. Let's put some of this money to work. I could try putting more roads around to aid in my proximity. Ideally, I could turn some of these reds into yellows, or at the very least, make it easier to access places. I got roads going all over, roads going to here, roads going to there. But then even with rich road networks, it's not very easy to get to places. Malta we can't even get to. At least as far as this easy road goes. Not enough lumber in Tunis to make a road. So. Messina is not adjacent to our country's borders. No route towards it could be found from selected location. We could put a road all the way down to Reggio Calabria for 790 bucks. We can't do road from Reggio to Messina. We can't put a road across the strait. How about from Messina? Okay, we could build from Messina outwards. Capital distance of 20 instead of 40. Movement cost. Market access cost. Proximity. And help increase control. How close the location is to the capital of the owner. How do we have on raw materials here? We got fruits, alum, we got silk and sugar. Max control of plus 10.44. Proximity to nearest source is 13.93. Proximity 0. Proximity 0. Negative 9.15. With a minus. Nearest proximity source, Napoli is plus 100. Napoli to Caserta, minus 18. Caserta to Avellino, minus 38. Avellino to Ariano, minus 51. It's that bad. So, have I just got to put roads on everything? Because we have roads going this way. But none going up into the foothills here. And when we have roads, it is still further out. Let's get road building then, I guess. Let's do Salerno up. From Salerno to Sant'Angelo. Then Sant'Angelo to Ariano. And maybe we could build... How to do this? Road. And then road this way. We've got... Caserta's got some roads. 140. Why so expensive? $39 is pretty cheap. But 111? Yeah. We put one over there as well. And then we can link these two. 105? All my money going straight to roads for everything. But maybe it'll help control, and then maybe that'll help prosperity, and maybe that'll help my population. Especially given my mass Look at that! We've already lost all the population gain we got from uniting Sicily. Plague's going away at least. 16.67 presence. Resistance is almost max. The outbreak has been handled too incompetently. The disease is running rampant, killing the friends and loved ones of those lucky enough to remain. If we do not take an immediate corrective course, the population of our most affected areas will rise in revolt and put our kingdom to the torch. We must quell their anger, or at the very least, redirect it to something else. Blame the Ascolane people. Republic of Ascoli lose 20 opinion. That's them. Yeah, that's them. Pops that inhabit locations currently fit with bone plague will suffer pop satisfaction. Print propaganda for 163. Blame the Ascolan people. Let's have them lose opinion. They're already at... $136. They love me. And they already don't want to become a vassal or a fief. Let's go ahead and cancel our spies here. We're already putting a Casus Belli, that's all we need for Pisa. And then Spy Network in Lucca. Maybe it's because it's so far away from us, so we can't do a provincial claim Casus Belli. Yeah, I've only got Force into Faction as a realistic one we can do. I know I've got depopulation, I know. I'm losing too many folks, minus 123,000 per month. Woof. And then unused trade capacity. Hey, books aren't alone anymore. Books, furniture, and gems again. Let's get Pisa to hate us more. They're currently at 53 like. We could set an insult. And also gives them Casus Belli. Profess trust. We can't intervene in war. We're not powerful enough to intervene in wars of countries that are not our rivals. So, if I made Tunis my rival, if we made it mutual, then we could join them in this war. We could join Pisa against Tunis then. But Tunis is a bit too mighty for me right now. We are slightly weaker than them. Oh man, with depopulation, how's my army looking? I could raise 15,000. I think that means I've lost a potential 9,000 soldiers somewhere along the way. Tunis, don't you laugh, you're getting it next. Increasing control. He's over in Val di Mazzara. 30s, 20s. It's not a lot, but I can't do much maximum yet. And then Malta's like not even, it's at 0. They're not paying attention to us at all. They're doing their own thing. I had a Maltese friend back in the Transform Ice days, and I think that's exactly how he would wish it. On the one hand, 107 and 163 for some of those. 700. What's up?
How far does your camera see?
All the way to my door, we can see your nipples.
You never hear that with a camera.
Yeah, they saw that. But hey, we're halfway to getting Mediterranean galley ships to dominate the sea. Spy 9 for Luca are at 13 now. And more unused trade. Look at that, Naples is actually pushing through a little bit into Venice and Genova lands of the north. And we're oh my goodness! We're nearly completely gobbling up Dubrovnik. Naples growing more mighty with our market pool here. Because that's gonna be my next goal, to completely consume Dubrovnik. Is that why my pop needs for Dubrovnik disappeared? Not because I've satisfied those needs? Pearls they wanted in the Dubrovnik market area, and now we want it. So yeah, we just consumed their needs, since now everyone is pulling towards Naples now. That's cool. We're gonna become the economic trade power of the Central Mediterranean. Venice wishes. Unused trade capacity. What do my folks want? Grains, books, furniture, pearls. They want more books and tar and lumber. I just need people, man. If I had people, then I could just increase my own lumber operations. I got lots of lumber. I just don't have the people because my populations keep dying. It's dipping even lower now. It's dipping even worse. Ugh. But they are slowly increasing their people. So I guess the wise man can build more lumber operations that his grandchildren will get to enjoy. We can't import tar. $10.13 a month. Ridiculous. That'd be at 17 if procuring remedies wasn't a constant cost of 7 whatever. Did that say Austria profess trust in us? Profess trust plus 10? Why Austria? What are we doing that's making you profess trust in us? Someday this plague is going to leave. So what possible rivals do we have still? Bohemia, Tunis? Slightly weaker than Tunis, slightly weaker than Morocco. Fair bit stronger than Tlemcen. If I want to do some overseas Mediterranean coast of Africa colonization. We're stronger than Bulgaria. Much stronger than Serbia. If I'm having difficulty getting enough claims with Italy, because everyone is super, super tiny and the most I can do is force into faction, maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to declare Serbia a rival, get easier casus belli on them, take them over, and then instead of taking over their land and having to directly administer them, force them to be a vassal, and then they'll help out in our wars, they'll pay me money, while administering their own people in their own way. Hunt for a cause, the anger and fear in the population has reached a point at which it can no longer be contained inward and must be projected outward onto others. Someone needs to become the cause for the plague. Yeah, the Pope said itself, it's an act of God. Somebody must pay. Be it the poor, the ugly, or any other number of minorities. The masses demand that a group be hunted and prosecuted for bringing the wrath of God down upon us. We'll see. In their pride, they're saying it must be some ugly minority that brought the wrath of God down. It can't be us. It's this very pride and this very hatred that made the wrath of God fall upon us. We could either help organize this event and control it, or try to stop violence across castes, only for it to be directed at us. If we organize the hunt, allow the violence, but in a controlled, regulated way, we lose legitimacy. The masses will be appeased for now. Otherwise, gain legitimacy. Neapolitan peasants in Saragossa, in Cartagiruni, in Morica, in Notu, in Terranova, lose pop satisfaction. My Neapolitans sort by culture. What, no Neapolitans to look for? Neapolitans. 65 satisfaction, 65 satisfaction, 65, 65, 65. In general, we got lots of Neapolitan happiness. There's a few dips. Mistretta was one of them, right? No, it wasn't. So for the most part, they're in the mid-60s. They're fully happy in Reggio di Calabria and Nicastro. It's only -10, so at worst, it'll be like the mid-50s for a few places. Byzantines not having a happy time. Is now my chance to strike at Epirus, since the Byzantines are, they're kinda getting gobbled from within. First war, the Byzantine succession, started by Bulgaria. So is this over here, you're doing Bulgaria? Byzantine Empire is the overlord, where we're looking at 4 armies and 2,000. Maybe it is time to bring Epirus under the fold. We've already taken on these vassals from Sicily, and foolishly we're annexing Achaia. We have Albania. This would just make this whole band here ours. What have I got? 2 diplomats remaining right now? If but we had more spies natively. Epirus is a subject Byzantium, spy on them instead. But I don't know if Byzantium's still gonna be here. They're actively at war. Pretender, rebellion, civil war, and war Byzantine succession. They have a positive war score. It's gonna take time to build 20 spies, and then to build Casus Belli. Byzantine counter-espionage is 17.65. I don't know. They kinda got a bad thing going already, it looks like. Plague's getting weaker in our lands, at least. I'd better see this bar start going up. Integration Valdinoto is almost at 100. I don't quite understand, since if I look at my integration, which one is it? Integration? I mean, I don't see any difference in gradation. Current status is a core rural settlement. Current status, core town. So it looks as if it's already as integrated as it can be. Hey, Hordian, it's up to you. But when I have the guy integrating, it has a percentage and an increase, so I guess it is increasing. You're gymming? Oh, I get to be your gym sound? I'm so sorry to hear that, Hordian. Don't you want things that get you feeling soothed, or things that get you feeling pumped? And how's my inflation looking? 3.58%, so we still got plenty of inflation. Dip the cost of court back down a little. It's not a big difference, it's 0.15 gold. I need to make... Oh, I'm using 10 on buildings. I could also try upgrading my buildings too. But we're so stalled by the constant depopulation. And population is everything in the game. So... it's great that the start date is like 10 years before your population gets wiped out. Build a bunch of things, wait for them to be built, wait for the population to fill in those buildings and RGOs and whatnot, and then boom, mass depopulation. "15 spies in Lucca, 1/5 of the way there for Pisa to join faction." 2,000 missing souls in so many of these. Your internet's only half working, Hordian. That's why you gotta devote your phone time to music when you're gymming. Enjoy the bodily development. Oh, the depopulation shrunk. It's gone from, like, what was it, 100,000 something, only 55,000 every month. Our depopulation is slowly getting less obscene. 100% integrating. Integrate province finished. I feel like it already was, though. Assimilate pops into culture, pop assimilation speed up, convert province, religion is already mostly Catholic. Recovery effort, population growth and prosperity recovery. Where have you been hiding? Yeah, recovery, yeah. I mean, look at how bad my population is right now. Everything's in the red. Recovery efforts. The best way to recover from negative prosperity? Vital after a war or plague. It's a shame that I can't have both these guys on the same thing. If it's my choice to put 2 to 4 cabinet members to increasing prosperity, then I'm making a decision to not do other things, right? Or can I do 2? I guess I could do 2. I know that some things required only, or had a limit of only 1 at a time. Okay, what have we got? Clay, livestock, wine, wheat, medicaments, wine and wool, silk, cotton, iron, olives, lumber, lead, lumber, wheat, livestock, silk, wine, beeswax. We got wheat, fruit, saffron, wool, wheat, legumes. What are here? Prosperity, then prosperity. So this one does let us do multiple recoveries at once. I have a way out! I have a way out from horrible population vanishings. See, that's good. I thought that I was at the whimsy of simply putting in buildings or bringing in resources that help encourage people to be happy and fruitful, and then otherwise just wait for decades or centuries for the people to come, literally or figuratively, in any definition of the word, to produce more population. But I could actually set guys down, so that's even more incentive to get more cabinet seats. Base value for every country is 2, but how do I get more than 2? Learning from the plague. Court doctors and university intelligentsia believe that we should standardize successful plague treatment and prevention techniques to help alleviate the situation. At the moment, plague treatment and prevention is handled by a decentralized network of local plague doctors and medical practitioners, making it an expensive, although potentially worthwhile endeavor to ensure all of our doctors have the latest equipment and methodology. Things such as wearing of robes and gloves, herb bags, ready accessibility to mercury and arsenic could help ensure that some of our people stay safe and healthy. Standardization is 144. Bubonic plague presence in Kadipuli alone is lowered by 10. Finish with helping Kapinatana recover. Nuh-uh. That quickly? There's no way it's fully recovered already. Each doctor gets to choose as lose prestige. Change society value towards traditionalist. We got the money. Where exactly is Kadipuli? There and there alone. Just only in Kadipuli. It'll drop by 10%. It's already on the way out. 99% immune to smallpox even. 100% immune to the Great Pestilence. I think we all are until New World Contact. My market attraction. I'm already losing prestige. Noble satisfaction gives more ticking prestige. Our works of art is garbage. Vassal subjects give more. Let's push for standardization. I can't really lose more than I already have. We're almost clear. Look at that. We've already got some of the plague retreating from us. The burghers, representing the rising class of merchants and urban dwellers, have voiced their grievances about the clear favoritism towards the mobility displayed in our kingdom. They argue that policies supporting the traditional privileges of the aristocracy come at the expense of burgeoning urban economy, stifling trade, innovation, and the growth of the cities. The complaints have grown louder, with the prominent members of the burghers highlighting the imbalances of the threat to the prosperity of the kingdom. As tensions rise, we must decide whether to continue appeasing nobility or shift our policies to addressing the demands of the burgher. There's no disadvantage to helping, unless you count society value towards plutocracy as a bad thing. Aristocracy versus plutocracy. The current impact is more nobles, higher noble power, better discipline, and more expensive courts. When aristocracy is dominant, scales to more nobles in towns and cities, bigger noble power, better discipline. Discipline is good. I do like more discipline with my troops. And 2% increase the cost of court. Plutocracy gives more burghers in towns and cities, more burgher power, better trade efficiency, and cheaper court cost. And it's down to what the expected leadership of the country is. Is leadership from the nobles or leadership from the burghers? I could try to get it balanced. And no benefit to anything. Let's try to help him out. $16 spy network. The population isn't shrinking yet, though. We're down to 1.7 million. We had almost 3 million. This is like my channel points on Macaw now. Every time I get close to good numbers, they slip away from me. Low food stockpiles again. Dubrovnik market. Disease has broken out amongst the rank and file at one of our fielded armies. Plague doctors warn that if the army is not disbanded for treatment, the whole unit may fall to the perils of disease. Of course, disbanding an active unit may be a tactically unsavvy maneuver, so we must weigh the value of our soldiers' lives against the value of their honorable death for the sake of the kingdom. Disease outbreak for the Second Army. Morale and army attrition for 1 year. The people of Napoli keen to donate lose 200 food in Terra di Lavoro, which is here. provincial food is at an up. Food productivity is way high in our capital province. Just lose a 200 food will be fine. And look at these roads being built, so proximity is slowly getting better. We can't have the country be scabby. We really do just gotta build roads all over the place if we want to get more efficient. I know, depopulation, I know. Unpressed Casus Belli. Ascoli insulted us! Speaking of which, Pisa, you like us too much. We never did send them the insult. Your mother was a hamster and your father smells of elderberries. See, that time that's a reference, that's not plagiarism. That's not like lifting an entire paragraph off of Wikipedia like they did earlier. So we could do... They're so nice to insult us! Now we have Casus Belli. Casus Belli. Insulted us. Cost of declaring war is 9.93 because we have good relations still. I just had to raise my relationships with them. I just had to. If I said them an insult, it's only gonna be minus 50. Which means they'll still be at 38. I'm gonna hold on to that insult. Here. No, because I've only got 1.94 diplomats. Diplomats are already expensive. And I'm already paying that much for diplomatic spending. Chip in, folks, come on, come on. Nobody minds a bit more tax. Well, it's gonna be a while until I get my Casus Belli with Pisa anyway. So, we have Insult Casus Belli. We'd lose 9 stability. Due to Ascoli being a co-belligerent. Base cost of 9.93. Could I afford? Like, what would that be? 22, 23, depending on unseen decimals here. War goal is to win more battles than our enemy. The conquer cost is plus half. Subjugate cost plus a third. Let's insult them back. Very clearly, they want to go to war. How's my army situation looking? 12,000 levies. I don't believe this recovery effort. If these places were really recovered, then I wouldn't be so low in population still. Is it just undoing these negative prosperity modifiers to get the pluses back up? Has less than 0.0% prosperity. Okay, if the big thing is making those penalties go away. One more diplomat. And another resolution to vote on. Christiana Pietas. Excommunication, we could choose a target of vote. We could excommunicate somebody, but they would still have to put a spy network first before we could fabricate the casus belli of, hey, this guy's excommunicated. Call for crusade, target of vote. Christiana Pietas. Good Christians must lead by example. Invite the Jews and other non-unbelievers to our lands, so they may see the grace of Christian rule and accept the Lord into their heart. Tolerance of heathen beliefs. We got a yes vote already. Who's voted yes? The Pope's got 5 votes. Castile. Castile has voted yes. Sure, let's be more tolerant. We got more cardinals than you, Castile, suck it. Aragon, you guys don't even have cardinals? The heck, man? $4.6 monies. No more open trade routes. I could try minting more. Maybe it's just I'm making so little money already, right? If I'm only making that much, most of my money is coming from my minting right now. Well, I won't say that much, because no. 6 over 3, 5, 18. But the outcome, the profit, is basically mostly the minting. What if I, since it's only 3 anyway, go way down for a 0.1 per month? +2 and +4 isn't a huge difference anyway. It's basically a matter of pennies. Finale? Finale has joined the Guelphs, finally. Recovery effort finished. I'll focus on areas that I had better control with in the first place. And now we finish the advanced research for Mediterranean galleys, now that I have no money for it all. 9 cannons and 7 hull. Now let's see what else to make. We don't have access to anything else but this tree. I see a gold line going down. Oh, I see that. So it's the darker line that we did. Got you, got you, got you, and then you. And then We could unlock unlocking peasant levy is funny, because that was the default law we had for our levies in the first place. Diplomatic annexation cost. Noble literacy, subject opinion. Noble estate satisfaction equilibrium. I think I want to go down the right tree. Cheaper grant privileges, War with no casus belli costs 10%. Cool. So 99 only becomes 90. RGO size up, food production up. Supply limit, RGOs in towns and cities, literacy. Maritime trade advantage, tolerance, inquisition law. Allows for the following policies: papal control, local courts, state inquisitors. Spy network construction is a positive 10%, so I guess it's faster. Progress towards innovative estate and acquisition. Pop conversion speed, tolerance of heretics down. Formal city rights. Prestige. We could get more ticking prestige modifiers if we denounce heretics. Or build towards cavalry power. Non-culture levy size. Levy size 10%. It take how long to get there? That's 8 in queue. We gotta go through privileges, RGO size, food production, literate clerics, tolerance, cavalry, non-culture, and then here. It's gonna take a few years. April, let's see. There are 38. Send insult again and then grind up our diplomats. Grind up our diplomats to the mortar and pestle. They have an alliance with Venice. That's what they're really after. They want to antagonize me so Venice could swoop in with their ships. Don't think I don't see what you're doing, Ascoli. Send the insult. We've also got our spy network in Lucca. That's gonna get to 20 soon. Send the insult. We'll work on this first. Oh, we could choose an insult. Your mother's a hamster, your father smelt of elderberries by default. Imagine. Because these don't make any difference, right? It's gonna be minus 50 either way. Imagine if for a bit of fun, they had a bit of insult sword fighting element to it, by which I mean you had to pick up insults from other people. And so you start off with barely any insults, but the more people you're belligerent with, the more you fill up your library. Judgment Day is upon us, the minions of Lucifer walk upon the earth. There's a whole lot more that's cut off there. Oh no, it is blah-da-dee-da-dee-da. Furthermore, believe that Ascoli must be destroyed. When the account of our times is written by future generations, they'll blank. My last visit to the commode was vastly more enjoyable than dinner with blah 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 blah. Oh look, there's some lovely filth over there, your blood will make the soil I take from you all the richer. The Ascalon know nothing about running a state. This is a great game we play and you're a mere pawn, is true. In the Two Sicilies, Ascoli is a word synonymous with manure. The classic tales of misdeeds are told from Ireland to Cathay. Ascolan culture is something of an oxymoron, don't you think? May your sky be filled with comets for the EU memes, or I guess it's Paradox in general, huh? No map can be a work of art as long as your nation's in it. What are you gonna do, bleed on me? Consul Constantino Piazza's head is as empty as a eunuch's underpants. Ooh. Is that sorry thing on your head what passes for a crown and a scully? He doesn't even have a crown, he's only got hair. I hear your people are revolting, you have that in common. Alright. What kind of insult do I want to sick on this guy? We're kind of getting into an insult war here. He insulted me, I insulted him. And now we're gonna double it up. Let's go crude. My last visit to the commode was vastly more enjoyable than dinner with... Yeah, it's cut off. I can't see the rest. With the Ascalon ambassador. There we go. We've sent a highly cultured letter to the Republic of Ascoli. But they've somehow interpreted as an insult. We were amused at the lack of culture, but they appear to be quite upset. It's still plus 38, though. Do I not get to double it up? I thought it gets to stack. Insulted minus 16, insult minus 50. Really? Did I just waste diplomats then? Because I dropped them to 38 already. They should have put them in the negatives. Okay, Filippo's now old enough. He's 3 years old. Get your ass to school. Balanced education, he's got 7, 10, 6. Let's give him a military education for our second son. Man, I can't believe I wasted the return on 2 May. I wasted the diplomats. I thought the insult would stack. Felipe Angio, Heir to Albania, gained Rowdy. Which is good that Filippo is doing a military education then. Plus 0.5, plus 0.75 for military ability increase. Recovery effort finished in both Calabrias. Recovery. And recovery. Senato possible. Okay. Here it comes then. I was hoping for Senato to give me favor the ruler. But I think I want to use this Senato to give me Casaspelli. But I'm gonna have to wait for diplomats to build up anyway. For this Casaspelli filling up, for that spine network. Got 5 years for this Casaspelli. But despite insulting each other, they're actually increasing in opinion. Ascoli loses 25 opinion if I embargo them. Lose 100 opinion. They have no market, we have no market. If we deny them market access. No casus belli to threaten with. I thought I would stack. Now we just have neutral casus belli. 39 isn't the end of the world. I could take a drip or a dip in my stability for a little bit and just put one of my cabinet folk towards rebuilding stability. Plague is almost out of us. It's kind of a shame that this procure remedy felt like a good idea. It made people happier, build progress towards traditional, but didn't actually make us safer from the plague. It just made folks happier to see that I was doing something. So it really does feel like the worst thing you could do for the plague is to do anything to prevent it. All this did was cost me money, 7 per month, scaling, cost stability to stop procuring remedies. It's gonna come through eventually, it's going to leave eventually. So why fight it? This really does feel like a why fight it kind of thing. Right, Senato. Senato! Of course, to hold in Napoli, we might be completely gutted. But it's still the capital, damn it. Sponsor a cathedral. Fund farming estates. Farms can employ 1,000 more laborers or slaves, change prosperity by 15%. In Napoli, Palermo, sugar farms can employ 1,000 more laborers or slaves, change prosperity. Expanding farm cost is cheaper while debated, raw materials time cheaper. And current support is at 59.2%. So, there's 180 days remaining. We can grant even more privileges. Noble Navy? How bad is Noble Navy in this grand scheme of things? 33% more noble power. But galleys become cheaper. I think I could see that being an alright compromise. Like I said, I don't mind the nobility earning their privilege through blood. Their blood. If they want the power, they better put their lives on the line. Dubious claim on province casus belli. Conqueror cost is higher. Max antagonism is higher, but a casus belli is a casus belli. I think I kind of want to do it. We could make the laws more favorable to me. Or I could try to take somebody on. And this right here, this is why I didn't devote my diplomats and spies to the Byzantines to try to take Epirus. Papal States. If I fabricate a claim on the Papal States, we have no diplomats, but it is worth testing to see if I could take the Papal States over. It's 2,000 armies and 48 gold. Well, I guess it's just tax base, not the total gold. Versus 12,000 armies, another 12,000. I'm nearly as bad as before we took Sicily now. I want to go after the Ghibellines, but the trouble is they're all so tiny. Look how tiny they all are. I'm expected to conquer a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time. Cessna's a little bit bigger, but I gotta get across over sea to get to them. We have an ally with Pistoia. Little tiny Pistoia. And Arezzo. Little tiny Arezzo. More diplomats. 3 monies a month. 0.2 diplomats a month, so I get an extra diplomat every 5 months. A diplomat every 5 months is something, at least. How's Venice looking? Venice is pretty long. I wouldn't mind taking them out of the equation. They're allied with the Papal States and with the Scoli. Verona? Like I have the boats get all the way up here. You have no alliance. They have a royal marriage with Mantua. They have many enemies. A rival. Aquiella? Fucking Ghibelline Aquiellas. Aquiellian Gurkha War against the county of Gurk. Attacker war goal, take Lower Carinthia, and they are losing because they've only got one meager ally. They look like they wouldn't be too hard to get to. They're already getting their ass kicked. Genoa is one that I do want to get against, but I'm pretty sure allied with the Papal States. We could always get the alliance back and thus not have anything to worry about. Supporting the heir of. Military access. So hey, they're in a bit of an easier thing there. Genoa declared Milan as her rival. So they don't have as much scary backing as they did before. We could try to go after Genoa. We're stronger than them. We have allies with Aragon. We just have to get the Pope back on our side so the Pope doesn't throw in with them. They have boats. They've actually got boats. Their galleys could include the canoe or the traditional galley, there was no reason for them to go for the canoe when traditional galley is right there. So should I aim for Genoa next? We could take like half of Sardinia, Corsica, and then we got their homeland right here. That'd be a fairly nice bit of acquisition. I'll need to make more boats to go against them. We have we have sailors now. Maybe that'll be the ongoing project then. We got these little guys at our borders we can go against. And then we got Genoa that we simply have to build more boats. How's our fleet navy or our fleet levies looking? Because before we had no sailors at all. And now we do, after building how many wharfs? 15 naval levies. Is barely anything. But it could be enough to help with troop transportation. How's our forts looking? Tactical fortifications. Corsica's got nothing. They have one fort in Sardinia and another fort in Genova. So, we're really only looking at 2 forts. 2 forts and a small army. And they are also fucking Ghibellines. The Ghibelline leader is also Genoa. You could tell because her color is slightly different than the usual dried piss they got going on in northern Italy. So I'll be taking out their faction leader directly. So what's the faction leader the Ghibellines doing allied to the Papal States? Mr. Nah, fuck the Papists, we belong to the Holy Roman Emperor, forget that guy in Rome trying to push his influence over us. He's playing both sides of the field here. He's got his alliance with Germany for his militaristic protection, his political allegiance, but also with the Pope to make sure that none of us go against him. But there's so many more of us Guelphs and Ghibellines now. Karel. What kind of name is Karel? Ruler in the Kingdom of Bohemia. So, was it Upper or Lower Bavaria? That was a previous one, so they've actually had their election by now then. A lawgiver, an inspiring leader, a glory seeker. 96, 94, 86. What an asshole. %22% progress for the Guelphs versus 19 for the Ghibellines. If we go after Genoa, it's going to be quite the spit in their eye. So do I want distribution of power? 20% crown power and minimum tax up. It made the crown back to dominant. But I'm also going to have to give the nobility more navy. If I'm going to give the nobility more navy, which will increase their power by 33, it's just going to be an arms race of power. So do I want to give them more naval control? while also boosting crown power, or to get a Casus Belli on Genoa. I could also just build a Casus Belli on Genoa, but it's probably... I could build a Casus Belli on them. But given the luck I've had making Casus Belli in Pisa and Lucca, it's probably just going to be a force into faction Casus Belli. Whereas if I use a Casus Belli from the Senato, it's going to be a dubious claim. It'll be a dubious claim, meaning I can take the land. Maybe I'll want... What should I do, then, for this dubious claim? Make it be for parts of Sardinia, take the fort, make it be for Corsica. No resistance, because they have no forts here, and then taking war score. And then bump on over their land. As far as the actual operation of war goes, what the plan will be is I'll have more boats by then. And then, while my levies are building up and marching around, the good galleys will go straight to Genova, destroy their boats. That's their navy right there. They got 8 galleys. Destroy their galleys before they have time to really do anything with them. And then that'll be their naval power destroyed, their troop transport power destroyed, and so unless everybody around here gives them military movement access to march down, they'll basically be stuck where they are and be sitting ducks. Whew. What I need first is a whole lot of money for boats to get more of my Mediterranean galleys in. Need diplomats to make all these actions possible. But I'll have 5 years. So I think we will ask them to fabricate Casus Belli. We could also ask for larger levies. Approved levies for 3 years is 25%. Oh man. Let's get that dubious claim. To approve a war by giving us a legitimate Casus Belli. Alright, Genoa. What should we ask for? Levante? Sismonte? Piemonte? Lagodoro? Arborea? Oh, that's tax base. Alright, so it's richer in blue. At first I thought, wait a minute, I gotta pay money to fabricate this claim. $64 gold tax base in Levante. There's no Neapolitans there. They got Genovans, Lavagna, Salazana. We got a lot of people that's going to be angry with us. What types of people? Albania, Savona. Will definitely be a lot more of a diverse population. We'll go straight for their home then. Their home is going to be the primary target, and then everything else is going to be cake. And so we don't really care too much about actually funding the farming estates. As usual, the politics of the Senate is merely an excuse for the backroom dealings. I don't want the 7% stability drop if it fails. So we'll give them privilege, noble navy, empowers them, whatever. Reduce opinion. Lose 25 opinion, the bishopric of Canavis. Where are they? They're all the way up there? Why do I care about them? They just have their little liturgical fight going on with these Alpine guys. Change policy. Enact closed borders. And lose stability. If I wanted to lose stability for a dumb law, I'd change it myself. The clerics! The clerics want me to close the borders to foreigners. Contain professional armies. Lose 10% towards professional armies? It spawned in Dijon, it hasn't spawned here yet. They want us to contain the spread of professional armies in our country. I could also ask for the law change anyway. Take my dubious casus belli, take my law change, and then take a 7 stability hit for not passing the fund farming estates thing. Lose 10% toward. Stability hit? No. I could also see what else they got, because reducing opinion to some guy I don't care about, who I might want lower opinion of anyway, so we can go to war later. Is it a big thing, and the drops aren't that big anyway? And then we could see what the next thing they have is. And if it turns out that we can get some other easy thing for like 46% or whatever, then we could actually get multiple things this Senato. Dare I then? Dare I try to do all sorts of backroom deals here? Reduce opinion is nothing, the clergy and burgher opinion drop is nothing. So, let's see what they got afterwards. Serfdom support. Lose prestige to build towards serfdom. And we're already at serfdom. Reinforce the values of our values and enshrine serfdom deeper into our society. We're only at 13.85. We're building towards it anyway. That's also just 4.87. And we could take the clergy and burgher hit. Oh, and that's it. That's all the things they can give us. So, I've made it likelier for this to pass because we got more support. But the smart thing would have been to wait for how many years later for the next Senato, because that's... Change policy to close borders and lose stability. Hold off on professional armies. Is there a way to see how much institutions are spreading in? It's lose 10%. But how much do I have anyway? Spawned in Dijon. Has not yet spread it to any of our locations. If it hasn't spread it to any of our locations, it sounds like a freebie then. And then 9.79%. The thing is, tax exemption for 5 years for the burgers. That's not gonna get me high enough anyway, that I can get the law change. Because if I do that, that's basically just putting me up to 79%, 80%. If I get the law change, it'll drop down to 30. And then they'll run out of things for me. And then I'll have to drop stability and close my borders to get an extra 10% with the clergy. I think it's a fool's errand trying to get multiple things in one Senato. And I should have kept those freebies, because they were basically freebies for the next time around. Ah well. Parliament approved claims on province against Genoa. So we got insulted as Casus Belli from Ascoli, and now we got Genoa. Where's my build to fleet button? Build to fleet, build to navy. Mediterranean galleys, 9 cannon, 7 hull. That is so much better than cogs and so much better than my usual galley. Now hold on. I can't even build the normal galley anymore. I just got, or the traditional galley. It's a permanent upgrade towards the Mediterranean. So does that mean that my current galley also upgraded? Or are those just legacy fleets that stay around until they're destroyed? Galley? Nah, still the traditional galley. Just like Genoa was currently using. The Catapulli, the Cantazzaro, the Filomena, Bojano, Lucia. Let's build 2 Mediterranean galleys. Why are you in red? .08 monies. Don't think I've been this low on cash in forever. Speaking of cash, how are the cats? They're not in here. Where are they napping? They've gone who knows where now. Raise more tax as much as I can. Diplomatic spending is way high. But I need it. I can't be sitting on 0 when I got people to insult, wars to make, spies to switch over. One of the more difficult things about being a parliamentarian has less to do with the debates in Napoli, but more on how to sell the debates and compromises to the people back home. Still, a local Senato member will often have an easier time explaining a new tax than would a collector sent by the central government in less representative systems. It seems that Senato members in general, and the one for Monte Peloso in particular, have become so adept at defending policies that we have seen a resulting rise in the support of the central government as a whole. 10% support in Senato, woohoo. 79%, 0.69. If I get it to 100... then I could see about asking for a law change. A group of burghers have been buying all the stock for essential goods like medicine, spices, and preserved foods. There's no explicit law which prohibits this behavior, but allowing them to extort and starve the commoners could lead to the plague spreading further. Repossess their hoard? Napoli market gains medicaments, commoners are happier, burghers lose 20 satisfaction. Burghers will drop towards 41. Let them keep it. Commoners will drop towards 20. By 20 to 30. Apply a temporary tax on hoarding goods. So, somebody is going to lose 20 satisfaction either way. $41 or 35. It's gonna be grim either way. The commoners don't have a whole lot of power, so at the end of the day, it's not the worst if they end up getting a little bit more rebellious. What's the baseline they're working toward? 54.33 is their equilibrium, 55.57, 85.67, 64. Tax it. If they want to hoard, they have to pay extra. So, what they assume was their own wealth acquisition is turning right back around to the public good of the state. And it might be that they're angry and red now, but because their equilibrium's at 55, it's a whole 1.2 a month. In 9 months, hopefully. In 9 months, they'll be at 50 at least. Alright, but as long as we have more money, is that more money for boats? 48. Oh, another coin. Alright, cabinet seat. Let's get some more recovery. We'll do one more recovery here. And then we'll start fixing things up in Sicily. These guys really refuse to hate me, though. 39.44, despite the insults. Depopulation. We're still losing more than we're gaining. We do have a bit more in Naples, since 1, capital, but 2, the disease is already through there. Plague pits, the terror inflicted upon our people by the deathly grip of the bubonic plague, has had a captivating effect on our medical professionals in Bari. Pioneers who don robes and gloves ready to push our medical knowledge to new heights. Their only request is to be given access to an innumerable number of test subjects from our recently deceased. -7 stability to gain research progress. No good will come from this. Lose research progress. Societal value towards traditionalists and towards spiritualists. We're currently 50 towards spiritualist. Clerics in towns and cities. Pop conversion faster, assimilation slower. tolerance to the true faith up, but for more humanist, harder to convert pops and easier to assimilate them. I'm willing to lose 2.5 research progress for the sake of 7 stability. 7 stability, I would sell my baby to Aragon. Alright, so most of mainland Sicily east is done the recovery. So let's put them towards helping out Sicily west. Wrong button. Recovery effort. Of course, control is probably slipping since I've been putting both of them towards recovery. Not like there's people around to pay tax because everybody's dead. Every single last one of them. Plus 94 in Napoli. Oh boy. Oh boy. Once these two finish, we'll put one for raising control again, and the other to finish off in Sicily. Proximity getting slightly yellower here. It's gonna keep being bad until we got so many crosswise roads. Unhappy estate, the burgers. Give them time. Got almost a year to build these galleys. So let me build a third. Cannot afford 60. Oh. We're also short on sailors. Alright, then I guess it's gonna be 9 boats. 9 boats against their 8. Eight galleys, 4 transports. But we also have... They have traditional galley. That's pretty good over the cog. The cog is worthless. 9 hull, but no cannon practically compared to a slight drop in hull, but more cannon. 5 more cannon. We have the technological edge by getting the better boat first. Ever since the arrival of the plague, many have avoided large gatherings and public festivals out of fear. But over time, even the most asocial individual will eventually crave interacting with others. The grumbles and complaints of the commoners are growing louder by the day. Withholding and discouraging festivities any further could cause quite a social upheaval. Well, the good news is, though, that all these events are popping up when the plague is already gone. 99% immunity. 98% immunity is starting to dip a little bit. But the plague is practically old news now. There's a few spots that are at 40. That's kind of scary. 50. You can tell they opened up way too early. Maintaining social order comes before sanitation lose legitimacy. Social values towards free subjects away from serfdom. Change towards serfdom each month because I am malevolent. If serfdom's dominant, maximum tax for peasants up, we get to do regressive taxation. Peasants have more food consumption of the serfdom, but more raw material outputs, more supply limit. If free subjects, lesser tax for the peasants, lesser food consumption, more promotion speed, more monthly prosperity. We're more prosperous with free subjects. Lose stability if we cannot risk the spread. Well, like I said, the disease is mostly gone out of the Two Sicilies and mostly gone out of Europe too in general. You know, apart from killing so many of my people, 1,539,000 of my people, 1,281,000 out of the bubonic plague alone, 250,000 from smallpox, of fuckers. The damn smallpox epidemic they just went through earlier, and then we recovered, and then bubonic plague. You know, apart from that, it hasn't been too much of a, apart from all the deaths, it hasn't been that disastrous in this game compared to Crusader Kings. And when I say by Crusader Kings, I mean 2, not 3, where it's even less. I guess because in Crusader Kings 2, the worry, who cares about the peasants, right? It's all the named characters that you care about that you're at risk of losing. I mean, the loss of all my population is horrendous. I'm still feeling the need to refill all these empty fields now. But otherwise, it just came and went. Social order before sanitation. Lose legitimacy, but it's already so high up. No more tea. Alright, one of these finished already. We'll put you toward development we could increase, but it's such a tiny decimal amount. Increase province control. Let's start getting these guys back up again. They think just because they had some disease ravaged through their land and killed over 1 million people, that they can't still pay taxes to the crown. Oh, spy network. Alright, let's, we don't need any more than that. Cancel the spies. And now Luca. Insignificant little Luca. 30 August, 31 August, September. One of the more difficult things about being a parliamentarian has less to do with the debates in Napoli. Okay. So adept at defending policies, if I understand us, 10% more support. 10% more support, so 89.69%. It's tempting to give the burghers of 5 years of tax exemption. If that can get me... If that could get me the, Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? The distribution of power. Over towards favor the crown, favor the ruler. It's 50%, so if I ask for that, I'll drop to 39.69. How many days left in the Senato? 59 days left? Maybe we'll get some other event that gives it a plus 10%? Maybe the next thing they want after tax exemption is going to be super easy to get the 50% support back? What's this form new country button do? Country upgrade. Republic. Greater or equal to 95 aristocracy versus plutocracy. Burger power greater than 43%. Alright, so it's not just how much power you're exerting over everybody else. If the burgers were a whole lot more powerful, we could have a little revolution on our hands and transform the monarchy to a republic. We could actually do a theocracy if the clergies had only 35% of state power. They're not asking for so much. Republic needs 43. Theocracy needs 35. 43 versus 35. Empire requires. The papal state loves us already, so we have the Pope support if we had imperial ambitions. Great power we need. Through advances, population, land area development, and other factors, has risen to be one of the most powerful countries of the world. Gains the ability to influence other countries simply by throwing its weight around. Don't I know what that's like? Countries with the highest great power score become great powers. Total number of great powers varies depending on the great power score of the top great power compared with the rest. Subjects and countries fighting for their independence may not become great powers. Population of 10 million? Currently 1.685. We were almost 3 million. Population greater than 7.5 million of the primary religion. Population greater than 5 million of the primary culture or accepted culture. Greater than 70 prestige. Well, prestige is going to be the killer anyway, because I don't think I've ever seen it higher than 20. Do not have a papal ban on empires. Do not have cannot become empire. 1,100 ducats. Alright, so empire is not going to happen anytime soon. Bahrain is losing 540. Overall, across the country, we're losing 445. We're almost at the upturn. We're almost back towards making the slow progress towards good health and happiness. Markets aren't producing a whole lot of stuff right now. Also, I only see 2 markets. Does that mean? Dubrovnik has grown back up. We had almost completely consumed them, and they made more progress. It must be the plague's doing, because we lost so many lives. We must have lost a whole lot of more market pool. Can't believe it, Dubrovnik. They had a rebound. There's not too many of the reds right now. Population needs. What if we swap one of these rotten gems at minus 0.06 for a gem at 2.9? Pearls they also need. Right, folks? They need pearls in the Dubrovnik market. Dubrovnik market is back on the menu. I was gonna be happy for a second saying, hey, they don't need as many sturdy grains, fruits, and furniture anymore. Because everybody's dead. Lumber, tar, furniture, ivory is now missing something. Jewelers Guild wants ivory. .79 for tar. Sure. Man, I can't believe they rebounded. I was so happy that Dubrovnik was almost completely erased. What the heck? Christiane Pietas has been enacted. And another unused trade capacity. What to get, what to get. Folks want rice also. Population want gems, do they? I don't see gems the population needs. Oh, there. It's for just scroll down. I could scroll. Alright, the pops want it. And it's more money. And how's my inflation's down to 2.6 now. Raise more tax, raise more tax, raise more tax. Burgers are at 46. 4 more months maybe. And they'll be a little bit less revolting. Buildings no longer as expensive now that people are filling back in. Other generic, procuring remedies. If I want that 7 gold a month back, I either have to spend 20 stability or wait for no location has a disease present to end the Black Death event. That feels a bit... How about no area, no location in my country? No location in my country, or maybe diplomatic range if we want to be really harsh? Nah. No location in my country, or within my subcontinent? Scully, why don't you hate us? They're up to 40 now. How and why are you guys up to 40? Instantly affects their opinion of us by -50, as well as our opinion of them. Does it not stack? I don't think it stacks them. I think you could insult them as much as you want, but not get any benefit from doing it more than once. Let me see something. I just want to get confirmation with my eyeballs that the mechanic is as I understand it. So, we've insulted them before and they've insulted us before. So we have a -14 because their insult has been decaying for a while. And there's a -49 on our insult. Because that has had less time to decay. So maybe it's like sending gift in Crusader Kings 2, where you cannot stack the gifts, but you could replenish the maximum benefit of it. So if, for example, random numbers, a gift gives +10 opinion, you can't stack it up for 10 opinion, 20 opinion, 30 opinion, 40 opinion, but you could make sure that the +10 opinion is topped off. So if I sent insult now, then it'd just be 39.97 opinion, because a 49 becomes 50 again. Not even 39. I dropped a decimal. Alright. So, we have a better understanding of the mechanic then. Insults you can't rely on to make people hate you. What kind of relationship do we have with our neighbors then, where even if we insult each other back and forth, at the end of the day they still love us? It's not like they're at 14 opinion or 8 opinion. You know, somewhere towards the border where, oh, they're really getting unhappy with us. It's like they're calling us shitface and punching us on the shoulder with a smile on their face. It's banter. It's just become cross-border political banter. It's become a source of cultural pride that our two people insult each other and call each other shitheads. Which means that I did waste one of my super expensive diplomats on nothing. I wasted it on nothing, insulting them 2 times in a row. Back at you again, and they love us for it. They love that we went ahead and insulted them. If we block building, it doesn't directly lower their opinion. If we embargo them, they'll lose 25 whole opinion. But the trouble is, that'll only drop them to like 15. And all the while I'm waiting for my diplomats to come back home, and for my diplomats to replenish, they'll just start loving me even more because they're losing 3.39 yearly off their insults. They insulted me knowing that they love me so much that it would be political suicide to war against them. Embargo Nation is the best thing I have against them right now. And that's not gonna do anything. If we had a spy network in them, what could we do to lower opinion further? Corrupt officials is 48 bucks. Sabotage reputation. Minus 50 opinion of the chosen country. That chosen country could be me. So maybe that's the benefit of having more spies in there. To drop their opinion with me. I could sabotage our own relations from within, maybe. Speaking of which, how does Genoa like us? 11. We can and should insult them right now. We've also got 170 more days until our galleys complete. So I should hold off on the insult until I am ready to war. "15 sailors is not enough for a new boat, is it? 60 sailors. Cannot afford 60 sailors. Man! Once again, sailors are my bottleneck. I could just try attacking Ascoli, even though they're at plus 40 opinion, and getting closer. If we do insulted us. Oh, well, there's no cost. I guess it's low enough opinion that it's okay. Ascoli and Venice together. Aragon's not gonna join up. Lacks a border, target opinion, border distance, levy availability. Speaking of which, how's things with Pisa going with their war? Minus 5.73. Tunis is actually turning around on that. 67% for the force into faction Casus Belli. And Papal States, are you still at war? We are much stronger. We are much stronger than the Papal States. I'm not going to go to war with them. But I could Call to arms. Genoa will join the war. Lorraine will join the war. Savoy, Venice. Aragon. Promise some land of the peace deal. Aragon will actually kick the Pope's ass. Slightly weaker. Slightly weaker. Really? Oh, they got the Papal States on their side, though. So, we're at 200 opinions still. We could redo our alliance. Which will lose me 1 diplomat, but I'm gonna gain in like 3-4 months again anyway. Which means now, Genoa... I don't have a diplomat to perform this action, but maybe I want to compare our force of arms against them. There we go. Slightly weaker, slightly weaker. Man, I'm slightly weaker against them? So if I use my levies now to go against this little tiny border dispute thing here... How are you? 5,500 versus my... 12,000? You're saying you're saying your boats are better than my boats even. I don't know about that. Let's get these guys together. Well, you don't want to leave port? Little baby boat doesn't want to go to the next port over? Fine then, you two. They don't want to listen to me. Why don't you boats want to move? Is it because I mothballed you? And now you're too upset to leave? What if I take those mothballs out? If I take the mothball out, you're ready to move then? That was the issue, the mothballing? Alright, fine. They don't like being mothballed, it turns out. Little babies. Alright then. So, we got our ships being built. We have a better admiral than Filippo Angio. A decent political appointment. Navy maintenance cheaper, blockade efficiency better, frontage, correct section chance pretty good. Movement speed, damage done, combat speed. And initiative, so his stats are pretty alright, I think. Less blockade efficiency, a little bit worse frontage, section chance, at the cost of better morale, better initiative, damage, speed. And he's level-headed, so better naval damage done too. I like the sound of Capitano Foco Bianchi. Not as much benefit to frontage and section chance. And maybe this little commoner Capitano, maybe he doesn't have the best administration for the maintenance. But I do like morale boost, initiative boost, damage done, combat speed, and more damage done. I feel like that's going to make up for his weakened frontage and section chance. 421. How about I give myself another break here? We'll look at the pretty world map when the game finishes saving. Someday Pacific, someday I'll get some exciting gameplay. The question isn't, oh, what's wrong with SOPs? What's wrong with exploring and colonizing? Because you already did. How do you think Samoa, Tonga, Yap got there? Who do you think they're engaging with? They took a giant erase tool. Imagine if the thought process was, well, it's just dirt peasants in the Midlands, and it's just petty warlords over in the continent. Just SOP, 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 nothing going on there. Let's make it interesting for Italy to colonize over. Laziness, Johan. But I've whinged on that plenty. That's not gonna help me pee. Let's hop back into this world. Back to the Two Sicilies. Flashbanged. You have to break through the cloud cover, apparently. Oh, how many more days for our boats? 167 more days. We got no sailors to make more of them. Manpower keeps dwindling. Population keeps dropping. I'm making some foolish mistakes by wanting to go against Genoa here. Let's see what we can do if we do declare war on them. Papal States is saying no on either end. Toasty? 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 Are you digging because you're trying to play with the blanket? Or are you digging because you're finding a spot to pee in, Toasty? You haven't peed in bed in a while, just looking for... He's bapping around on the blanket as if there's something under it. There isn't. Maybe it's the lights on the wall that's also going to parts of the blanket that he's chasing after. Or are you just playing around with the pillows under their Toasty? It's also after your lunchtime, isn't it? I completely forgot, Toasty. Yeah, I took a break for myself, made myself tea, and forgot to get you lunch. Let me go get lunch for the cats. Onyx, you too. You want your lunch, Onyx? Come. Toasty. Toasty, come here, come here, come here, come here. There you go, Toast. Alright. Now the cats are fed, BRB is properly over. How are we slightly weaker? Based on their naval strength and available naval levies. Our forces is 8 ships, 0 naval levies raised, potentially 6 naval levies, 14 potential ships, and wait, 84 cannons. See, but we're looking at Navy, right? Their Navy is likely not being paid for, well, they're up at sea. A regular regiment. Nine traditional galleys. And their commander, their admiral, is 57, 56, 66. But no other traits. 57, 60, 60. Compared to 20, 80, 80. And naval damage done, 10%. I'm going to trust in my dudes. We're gonna have 9 boats pretty soon. 5 traditional galleys, 2 cogs. Worthless cogs. And then 2 Mediterranean galleys. We're gonna have better boats than them. If we send our boats to over here, and then build up our morale. We build up our morale by paying for our navy again, send our boats up the coast, and the moment we declare war, we'll flatfoot them. Sonato's almost done. 4 days. Do I do I want to try to ask for a law change? Distribution of power for the ruler will turn 89.69 into 39.69, and then we can get less burger tax for 5 years, and then see what other shitty thing they want after that. Should we do a save and reload just to see what's behind the mirror? To see what their other demand is going to be. Because I do like the potential of getting 2 things in one Senato, but that calls for a whole lot of favors, trying to do it like that. Let's see what they have to offer, and if I don't like it, I could always reload. I've only just come back from BRB after all. After that is nothing. That's all the favors we got from them. And so I would need to accept -12 stability and closed border policy, which is awful on 2 counts. Though it would get me... It would get me my distribution of power to favor the ruler. And then we won't have the votes to pass the Senato. And the trouble is, if I'm going to not pass the Senato anyway, then I might as well not accept the thing, right? What else would the clergy want? Close our borders, drop stability, and then after that, then grant privileges. They're kind of burying the lead there. If they started with more favor towards the Pope, that'd be one thing. And then they could bring in the harsh thing of actually could we close borders. Because I'm not going to close my borders with or without the 12 stability drop. And the other way around, 12 stability isn't incentive enough to close the borders. So I think the Senato is going to come to a close with getting my dubious claim on Genoa for 5 years. We've got our alliance with the Pope. And so when it comes time to do... See, this says we are stronger than them. 250 against 100, 14,000 against 5. Against them. So I think the reason it says we are stronger here, but that if I press the war button, we are slightly weaker, is because it's calculating that they've also got Bohemia on their back. Bohemia's got to march through all of these guys to get to us, and they have no boats, thank goodness. But I think because Bohemia... Isn't Bohemia... Yeah. Bohemia is the Holy Roman Emperor right now. And so the Holy Roman Emperor would have an incentive to helping out one of his subjects for one. You're not one of his subjects? You're part of the Holy Roman Empire International Organization. So all this is Holy Roman Empire right now. That's too much of Italy falling in there. Owned by the Holy Roman Empire. Owned by the Holy Roman Empire and a member of the Holy Roman Empire. What do the different colors mean? The different types? Prince electors, archbishop electors, free imperial cities, primas Germanae, imperial prelates, imperial princes. One little imperial peasant republic. Little Frisia, little Frisia. Peasant Republic of Frisia to dominate over the Low Countries. So it's not like Crusader Kings, where, especially in 3, it's so simplified, where if I want to declare war on one part of the HRE, I'm going to war against the top holder and all of his vassals within. Genoa's got some land over here, it looks like. We'll let them have Samos. Genoa is going to be kicked out to Samos by the time I'm done with them. Plague is almost out of my country. Sicily's completely clear. It's just in Bari and that's it now. But it's on the way out in Bari. 96.95 resistance, only 1.16% presence. 166 days until our new galleries are built. If I had the sailors, I'd make another boat to up my edge. $13,000 Bohemians to join against us. He alone can raise 5,000 troops with my population in shambles. I could raise 12,000 levies. It's gotta be a tight one. I think my objective is gonna have to be try to destroy his navy as fast as I can. If I destroy his navy ASAP, the war becomes that much easier because he can't move his troops as easily up and down Italy. And then I could maybe drop troops over here, and then march on over to him, take down his one fort in his capital, the city of Geneva. And then with that done, we'll have war score from naval victory, hopefully war score from army victory, taking his army out, take his capital, and then he's got no forts in Corsica, take that. And then one fort in Sardinia. This is 2 provinces actually, one over here, one over there. So depending on how the pace of the war goes, primary is kill his navy, kill his army, take his capital province, and then take Corsica. It could also take what he holds over here. That's nothing. That's also nothing. And that's gonna be a pretty big spit in the eye against the Ghibellines. We've already got more Guelphs than Ghibellines. And if we look at the end requirements, 23% for Guelphs, 20% Ghibellines are both rising progressively, but we still have the lead. And Genoa is a Ghibelline leader. So that's going to be a major blow to them if we take so much of their land and their capital. So we have motivations, we have reasons for me to go against Genoa, apart from just, I like the idea of uniting Naples, Calabria, Sicily, and then more of Sardinia, Corsica, to get kind of a loop of influence here. Speaking of loop of influence. Fucking Dubrovnik! I nearly completely took over your markets. What the heck happened? How did the plague hurt me so much and you so little? Increased prosperity in Napoli. Palermo increased prosperity. Recovery effort finished. Possible cabinet actions. Yeah. But I want to get a third cabinet position. Okay, these are both the same one. Malta's not its own separate place. Sorry, Malta. More aristocratic than plutocratic. More spiritualist than humanist. More traditional than innovative. Stability investment gets harder the more innovative we are. I guess you get too many tech billionaires that are trying to influence the country if you get too innovative. To the point where we lose innovation, we lose stability, cohesion. I do want to get more centralized. We're very decentralized right now, and it's getting bigger each time. Plus 0.27 towards decentralization each month due to average development is a minus, average control is a minus, building roads right minus, civil law minus. Market fares is a plus towards decentralization, communal lands is a plus towards decentralization, fortification license, field administration, traditional distribution. Okay, when this guy finishes up, I think what we'll do then is put one of my cabinet towards changing societal value towards centralization, because I do want it. We're slowly losing our land dominance and becoming more of a naval power. Maritime presence, proximity costs through maritime. I do want to stay land though, at least for now. Proximity costs through land smaller. Trade range over land smaller. So it's mostly for the size and efficiency of our navy or armies tilts it either direction, but it doesn't affect the military. It's more for land proximity, sea proximity. With the economy right now, I think traditional is okay as it is. We need the population capacity, food production, raw materials right now. We're not ready to build into a capital economy. We don't have the inputs. I like communalism. We need to be centralized. Stability is kind of okay. So, centralized, innovative, free-spirited, quality-focused, traditional, naval, communal type of country. The others, I think, could bounce here and there depending on my needs. We have an artist, but we can't commission. It's cheaper now. Now is only 102. How come now is 102? Before it was like 700. Is that based on how much money I'm making per month? Should I drop my income to make the scaling cost cheaper? Holy shit, is that an exploit? Because normally, my income's like 25, 39 per month, right? And the cost, well, that's a hire artist. We've already got an artist. That's just to hire him. Where's my artist? Where is he? Artist? Artist? Good artist? Commission art is 200. Alright, it's still cheaper. 216 and 215 is still cheaper than the 347 or whatever it was before. So I think the exploit is, before you want to buy something that has a scaled cost, just flatline your economy to like 4 per month, 2 per month, 1 gold per month. Get the super cheap art, and then bounce everything back to the moon. We'll be meow meowing, Toasty. You've already had your lunch. You want to come on up, Toasty? Come, come, come. Oh, big toasty boy. Big toasty boy. What is it? What you looking at? What you looking at, Toasty? What you looking at, baby? Oh, you want to get onto the stool? Ooh. Say hi, Toasty. No? Camera shy, Toasty? Even though you have cool tricks, Toasty? Oh, here we go, Toasty. Whoa. You want to climb up? Oh, you're going to do your acrobatic routine, Toasty? You're going to show how much of an acrobat you are? I didn't teach him this. He's just got some natural curiosity and dexterity to himself. And so I notice him climbing and encourage it. Oh, I got you, Toasty. I got you, baby. You okay? You okay? Oh, there you go, baby. There you got you. I got you, little one. Oh. Ta-da! Oh, you want to climb down that way now? Alright, we'll do it slowly, Toasty, okay? Slowly. No? Oh, you want me to after all? Okay, there we go, And then upwards, Toasty? You want back to top side of the stool? Ta-da! You're so talented, Toasty. And down here. You done playing, Toasty? Oh. All right. So where were we? Right, economy. I still want my big diplomatic spending. Cost of court. Let's bump that down a little bit. I don't mind losing a little bit of legitimacy, so 0.1 a month. I do need more gold. Every once in a while I could bump a little bit more tax there. There's no reason for me not to have maximum tax, because if they're going to go to a satisfaction equilibrium above 50, they're already doing good. Tax is essentially down to how much they like you. Trade capacity unused. What do my people need? What do my buildings need? Lumber, tar, furniture, ivory. My buildings don't need books anymore. $100 months. Sant'Angelo di Lombardi is only 65 months to get 1,800 people in. Oh, we've actually got positive population growth again. $421. We're no longer losing like 100,000 people every month anymore. Gravel roads are almost finished. Possible cabinet actions, recovery effort finished. And so now every place has their prosperity restored to 0. Migration, expelling, assimilation, conversion, stability for country, monthly legitimacy. Let's try to change societal value. We want quality over quantity, but I also want centralization. Give me more centralization. 0.11 per month the other way. Good. It's going to want to steer towards decentralized just because of the nature of the country as it is. But it's an ongoing process. A plus for the Naples market, a plus for the Tunis market. Do we not have anything going on at the Dubrovnik market? Trade capacity 0, really? We got no capacity there at all. But we do have, for Napoli, my boats like tar. Everybody likes lumber. Naval supply guilds, war for lacking. Lumber for the carpenters, the dye makers, the glass makers, everybody. Everybody needs wood. Nobody can get enough wood in them. $1.2. So let me see. We don't need to insult Genoa, do we? They only like us by 11. 11 isn't so close. Speak of the devil. That will get a penalty for going to war with them. We could promise the Aragon land in a peace deal. If they sign up with us. We could let them take more of Sardinia. While we go for Corsica and their homeland. It'd be a compromise. Slightly weaker, slightly weaker. They don't have the Pope, we don't have the Pope. Aragon call to arms. They will join either way though, because we just need more positive than negative. The reason to accept is +3. So they will join. Bohemia will join. Absolutely will join. They got no reason not to. Trust, opinion, target opinion. So with Aragon on our side, we're slightly stronger and are slightly stronger. And we don't have to promise Aragon land this way. Genoa's got Gazari on their side. We got Achaia, Albania, Athens, Neopatria. Casus Belli. Parliament approved claims. Yeah, there's no penalty for being at 11 opinion. It's only when they're much fonder of us that we start losing stability for going to war. So we can do it. We can do it. We could go to war on them. In 100 days. In 100 days, my boats are finished. And they're the bigger target. So I want to take them out first. Then we could do minor things like Ascoli or Pisa, who is still losing the war with Tunis, but not by a whole lot. Furniture, legumes, grains, furniture, tar. Population. Rice. More sturdy grains. I want my people happy so I can make more babies and migrate in and fill in all of my job positions we have open for them. Balance unit. So all 4 positions are evenly filled. Negative on sailors. Ship repairing. Prestigious family requests aid. I somehow dipped my sleeve into... I keep dipping my sleeve into my tea. I need to stop doing that. One of the Two Sicilies, most powerful families that the nobility has, despite its vast landed wealth, managed to accumulate significant debts that it is finding hard to pay back. They have approached Queen Giovanna Angio to ask for help, hoping that their long history of loyalty to the Angio family and their promises of undying support will sway her to help them out of their time of need. We don't have that cash. Deny aid, lose nobility satisfaction. They're at 60, they'll go to 50. They prefer being at 65, so they'll raise anyway. Two more months. They're up to 9 boats. They're building their fleet as quick as we're building ours. 9 traditional galleys. They're really trying, folks. They know we're coming for them. People needs fruits. "47 more days. Controlling Calabria Citra is looking excellent. I don't see any teams in there. We got more teams in the northeast and plenty across Sicily. Let's go where we have the better proximity. How do I get more cabinet positions? Because I know that if Hungary inherits early on, we get the benefit of that king's abilities, and that means 1 extra cabinet. Cabinet, EU5. Who do I put in my cabinet? Government. Control F cabinet. The cabinet. Assembly of higher officials that help govern the country. Each country starts with 2 cabinet seats. The number can be increased by certain advances. Appointing a cabinet member costs only a small amount of gold, but replacing a cabinet member costs 5 stability. Having a head of cabinet increases the efficiency of the cabinet by 25%. If the head of cabinet belongs to a state other than the crown, its estate will gain 5 satisfaction and 25% power. Ugh! A whole 25%! If the head of cabinet belongs to the crown estate, the country gains plus 25% crown power and plus 0.02 monthly government power. But how do I increase the amount? EU5 increasing cabinet, because even just 1 extra would be pretty big for me. Can get at least 1 through research. Some countries also get unique government reforms, Consiglio Maggiore, or Legacy of Osman, for example. I don't think we have any undiscovered advancements that could give us any extra, because all of these are filled out before the game even starts. Those are all done, those are all done, those are all done except for these that we do have access to, and none of them is extra cabinet position that I haven't taken. The one on the right here, meritocracy, we have no. Efficiency of cabinet. Estate enrichment. Cheaper gavel roads if you had meritocracy. So not here either. And of course, in the Age of Renaissance, we have no access to anything. Except for the one thing over here, and that's it. And none of these give me cabinet either. Two Sicilies. Don't get anything special. Levy size better help me out. I don't see us being able to afford the manpower or cash for standing armies soon enough. Fort limit, but that's money. Prosperity recovery. Maybe, since there's not really anything else I care about, and the things that I do want, we don't have access to. Maybe after we get our peasant levies, or not our peasant levies, our non-culture levy size and general levy size up. There's monthly prestige 0.05. That'll knock this down from 0.15 to just 0.10 in the negative. Diplomatic annexation, literacy of nobles. Army disembark, naval damage. If we're going to be relying on our boats for a while. Navy initiative is also cool. Army initiative. Initiative is initiative. I like how when I click things like initiative, it says, initiative's initiative, and I gotta click it a second time. To be like, yeah, no shit, tell me what it is. The chance to engage in combat, to engage in the combat phase of combat. We could try to go for army morale, to army morale recovery speed, to army initiative. I do like that our boats are currently killers. Navy damage. Is Navy damage Navy damage? Navy damage is Navy damage. Oh, see, this time it doesn't go Navy damage to tell me about it being the damage a ship can do in combat. Whew. Prosperity recovery, though. My capital prosperity is always so low, and we just had disease. Let's build towards prosperity recovery afterwards, and then we can go for Navy damage. And Navy... Let's see, Navy tradition, Navy damage. Navy initiative is down there. There. Queuing up 15 researches to go through. Now, we got 1 month for our Mediterranean galleys to complete. Who's got some orders in? Grains, fruits, legumes forever. Lumber for everybody, tar. There's only one building in need of tar now, naval supplies in Palermo. I think I'm okay with us being a bit short on that. Gems is Jeweler Guild. My people need grains, fruits, legumes, and rice. Legumes. At least pretty soon we're losing the 3 digits of months remaining to refill these populations. How's my inflation right now? Anyway, it's been years. By which I mean months. 2.13? 2.13? I could keep it at 2.13. And if we just keep it at equilibrium, that's double-digit money per month. Because 2.13 is not the end of the world. And now that we have 2 diplomats, and the only diplomatic action we need to do right now is declaring war, we could cut back on spending a little bit. Drop it down to 0.1 per month, maybe? Oh, wait, I just realized. Hold on. Where's my... Do I have no other spies being done? No, I had spies being worked on... Luca, didn't we have a thing going on with you? Losing track of things. I thought we had spies going on with Luca. Improving opinion of Tunis, they still see us as a rival. The war with Pisa is set at 5.73%. Maybe the tempo will go Genoa, then Pisa while the getting is good once we get forced into faction at 100%. And then while we still have the insults fresh. Venice will join them. Venice absolutely will join them. Insulted us. Doesn't cost us any, It doesn't cost us any stability right now. I was so keen on insulting them because I thought that, oh no, we're at 42 opinion. It's going to be too high. It'll cost us instability to go to war with them. That's fine. 1 more month to build up our navy. So, let's get that morale going. Navy maintenance up. Still 16.3 a month. Could tax the nobles a little bit more, a little decimal here. 0.03 literally. 0.01 for the burghers. 0.01 for the commoners. So much speed on these boats. Okay, hide out here for a second. 19 more days, 18 more days. Aragon are not at war, right? They're not at war with anybody. The Two Sicilies in a royal marriage with Aragon. Boat's almost done. And since it looks like my road is done, let me look at how my proximity is doing now. We're getting more intrusion of yellows into the country. It's almost 20 years of playtime. And our greatest advancement isn't uniting the Sicilies. It's getting more roads, slowly but surely. We got direct proximity to Aquila. Still can't get to Langian easily. It's basically road painting the game. Not enough naval presence here. How about oh, we can't check on our distance of getting there. It only counts for ourselves. They got decent proximity with Corsica. Pretty shit with Sardinia. And they're a little bit all the way out here. Complete lack of control, I'm sure. 4 days. 3 days. 2 days. Show me the boats. A heresy appeared in Christianity. Strigelnichevstvo. From medieval Russia, Strigelnichevstvo is a reformist sect of the established Orthodox Church. They condemn the corruption of priests, the selling of sacraments, the accumulation of wealth by the clergy. Do they realize how little that narrows it down? Favoring a simpler faith, focus on personal piety. Strigelniki are a target by the Orthodox Church and the state authorities. Oh, that sounds like a problem for the Eastern Church, then. Sturdy grains, fruit, rice, legumes. Give them some sturdy grains. Give them some legumes. Give them some rice. And give me my boats. You get on over here. And merge them on up. Nine boats. Five traditional galleys, 2 Mediterranean galleys, and some cogs. Genoa, how do we compare still? Stronger. And if we go to war? Slightly weaker still, it claims. It claims this insult, this upset. Are they paying their maximum navy morale right now? 9 boats versus 9 boats. They have more galleries in general. More galleys in general, not a single cog to them. But they don't have our Mediterranean galleys. They don't have the technological advancement. Plus our command... Well, the commanders, stat-wise, they have an equal number of stars. But we have much better diplomacy and martial. And they beat us on fairly better administration. They get better frontage, better correct section chance, so we kick their ass and everything else. I think this battle really can go either way. We'll get the jump on them. I'm actually pretty apprehensive about pulling the trigger on this. My Navy levies are all just going to be transport ships, right? It doesn't show me the type, but I doubt it's going to be anything impressive. 2, 4... Fishing boats. Not even a cog, just fishing boats. They got no cannons. Anti-piracy impact, move speed, hull size, combat speed. They got no cannons. They'd basically be just for transport. Well, I do gotta get some grocery shopping done. We gotta see some excitement before I end stream, don't we? We have our fleet and a pretty damn good admiral waiting to attack an enemy fleet of the same size. They have a better general quality of boats. We have 2 that are worse and 2 that are much better. It's gotta be done. It's gotta be done. I got no more sailors to make boats with. Population as good as gonna get right now. We got many diplomats. We have an ally. They also have an ally, but Bohemia is far more landlocked. We're also going to see what happens when the Holy Roman Emperor himself is allied to the person we're at war with. I'm going to assume that the Holy Roman Emperor has military access rights for the entirety of the Holy Roman Empire. Anything we could do as Guelphs? We can't sanction yet. We can't support Imperial rivals yet. 24 to 21. We keep getting ahead, they keep tailing us. Alright. Alright. Hostile action. Declare war. Me and all of my guys against him and his one guy. Aragon will call to arms, he'll say yes. Pope has 96 negative to joining. They lack a border. The border distance. He's allied to the enemy. Is less important than he doesn't have enough military. He likes the enemy. Parliament approved claim. Dubious claim. Senato says we're allowed to take this land over. We have the justification of the people. That is a whole lot more on the defending side than it had said. Is that counting everyone inside Bohemia itself? Because no, there's a fiat over there. No, I'll just click on stuff. So it's mostly... There's nobody close by. It's a whole bunch of guys all up there. Hence the red outlines. That's pretty dense. But Aragon has joined the war. That's a little some comfort. And already, our boats are at it. 57, 56, 66 versus 21, 85, 81. The admirals reflect the boats. Genoa has middling all around for his stats at his boats. We have some deficiency, but some excellency. And it's dropped to 2 versus 2. 2-star versus 2-star instead of like, what was it, 3.5 that it was before the war started. Oh, look at that. That's what I was hoping for. We're the defenders here, because it's their waters. I was hoping to get the jump on them. We raised our navy maintenance early on. To get our maintenance up early on. They're fucking flat-footed after all. Half maintenance they're starting with. 3 versus 2. 2 versus 1. 6 versus 4. Oh, that's no good. We got 1 cog over there, 1 cog over here. Transport ship by itself. I should have balanced the fleet first. Because I could do that. I could balance the fleet to make sure I get some good frontage here. Raise levies. We'll start with the army levies. All levies to raise. 12,000 armies. Total combat power 14. And then our fleets. Okay, let's at least see how the battle here is going to turn out. We got 13 days for our armies to raise. Killing them off. Come on, they're at half morale. Got him, that's it, 2 against 1. Our cogs are holding up alright. Hold on. I got a -1 on that side, -1. Oh, we're good though. We're good, we won the war, or won the battle, that's what matters. Total amount of losses. And ideally, they're gonna return to their home port. Will arrive in Savona. Where's Savona? Savona's over there. Cool. So, if we just keep our boat over here, then we'll have no choice but to wait then. Let me go ahead. Where's my boat? Where's my boats? Where's my fleet? We're up to... Did we lose a galley? No, we lost a cog, I think. But I think we also lost a galley. Because you see we're down 1 flank there. Set the navy to a friendly port to repair itself. You know, I probably should. Current strength 24/7 for the traditional galley, 10%. There, balance it more. Makes it so much weaker though. Traditional and a cog. Mediterranean and traditional. Mediterranean traditional. Luckily, Aragon's gonna help out, right? So... let's bring my boat back after all. So the benefit of having all the fishing fleets, I think, would have been absorbing some of the damage while we shoot at them. Even if we have no cannons on fishing boats. It's more bodies to aim at least. I need to repair him. Friendly port to repair. All the way down there. We gotta spit in their eye at least. Oh, their boats came back out? Go after them, they got half morale. The half morale is better than the damage. Caught him again. Except the morale alone's not good enough. Fool that I am. That just got my guys dead faster, even with our superior boats. Where's my full retreat button? Do I not have a... there we go, full retreat. My superior navy, my once superior navy is down to 2 boats. My 2 Mediterranean galleys are it. Well, then how am I gonna get... I've got 6 boat here. I can't exactly get my guys on over then. I overestimated the power of my Mediterranean galleys. It was a good plan at the start. And now we have no means to get up there. Aragon's got boats, right? They got 20 boats. More galleys, more light ships. How am I falling behind on Aragon for boat possibility? Could I embark on 6 boat with 2,000 men? Scorcher. Balance unit, split in half. Fishing boats, fishing boats. I should have repaired my guys after all then. And now he's on the prowl. Or no, that's, was that from over there? Their guy's over here. So we can fit a whole lot of boats onto a few. I'm not quite knowledgeable on what the capacity is for boats to troops. Use market. The people demand grains, fruit, rice, and furs. We'll give you some rice. Defender ticking, 2 battles given negative. Aragon's got his boats in. Avenge me, Aragon! We gotta make it easier for my boats to get up there. We'll merge these together. Merge to the strongest units, so it's all the same admiral. Taking the mages to come in. They're very slowly marching across the water. Slow enough for everybody else to come in. Could I fit everybody on this boat? That guy stopped, but these guys haven't. So I don't actually know what my capacity is here. Maybe, I don't know, because that's the number of boats, not the number of transport ability. $950 out of 1,250. But I got 3,000 guys on here, so is that more by power? It's always more unused capacity. We might have lost trade ground to Dubrovnik, where we're penetrating more to Constantinopolis. The people... Hurry up and get in there, what's the delay? Are they not actually moving? Because it doesn't say when they'll arrive. Cannot move here as the unit lacks access. Okay. Let me see about moving this army in then. 4,000. And we got 4,000 here. Let's start by staging them in Corsica. Yeah, they weren't actually going anywhere. They're stuck in the water because their boat had too many dudes. We'll move these guys here first, and then we can more easily... No. There we go, everybody. More easily shuffle folks. Between here to there, and then march in the whole thing. And they got their own Sonato going. Why do I see red? Imminent combat in Corsica Channel? No! That we're going to lose. Very likely our side will lose. They got more Corsicans coming up, more Genoans coming up. They snuck in behind me. Aragon, where's the rest of your boats? I thought we were bros here. Aragon to the rescue! Battle of Corsica Channel 1. Are these guys not going to disembark? Just merge them all together. And then go get the rest. Actually, because we're about to pick that up, we should stay behind for now and help their fleets, because that's about to pop back out, and they got more boats out over here. 9 galleys? Where are they getting these okay, that's just transport, so of course they won there. I chose a bad time to come back over, it seems. Two traditional galleys. Two traditional galleys versus... Oh no, that's theirs against one of us. And then 5 fishing boats. No, I'm gonna... Retreat! Before we take too much damage. Oh. Province is our guy, so we got access, don't we, Province? Purchase military access. Do we not already have military access with our union partner? Speaking of which, how is our union doing? The Sicilian Union. We've already got established seniority. Codified inheritance. Is that not already the case? Every member of the union adopts succession law to senior partner possible. Mutual offense. I think I might be in a rough spot here, though. I definitely have the advantage of land armies, but appropriate war to see air fleets around here in blue. Pope, you are not at war with anybody. How do you not want to join us in this glorious battle against the Ghibellians? People want gems and pearls. And also the eternal hunger for sturdy grains. Alright, starting with the big one. Can we embark them? Is there an easy embark button? No possible navy to embark on because they're not in Gaeta. Okay, now how about embarkation? Embark So we could hold 6,000 there. 8,000? So, we do have the amount of boats necessary to get guys moved around. The trouble is that we got some Genoan fleets that actually do overpower our own. So we could start with Corsica. Sneak into Corsica, lay them down. They're not sneaking elsewhere, are they? I don't see them around over here. Just a scary attrition, it's okay. Okay, now all you 8,000 dudes. Let's get you moved in. $14. That was all their boats. That was all their boats. A smarter play would have been let them sit there, bring my boats over, and then plant guys on down here instead. They're coming in! Battle of the Gulf. We lost. Genoa won. And all my guys fell to the sea. So now I got no boats, and half my army's in Corsica. We could consider this a learning experience, can't we? It turns out I did pretty good spitting in the rye at first. They bought some mercenaries, it looks like. Maybe that's the main difference then. Because they didn't have... They had pretty equitable navies compared to mine at first. Bohemia and their armies aren't even part of the consideration here. So what would I do differently? They had a hidden dagger with their navies. It's July, so if we go back to an autosave, it'll be a bit, but because they had their navies all hiding out in Bastia, they would have seen me come on over here though. So even if I moved this army down to siege there instead, they wouldn't have been stupid. They would have sent their boats out to jump me here before I can get my armies down. Kind of like how they jumped my armies here before my guys could get to shore. And so everybody died in the boats. Aragon's got 8,000. We have 4,500. So we can do it if we take a lot of time with it. What mercenaries to hire? They're pretty cheap, but they're all taken already. Superb Republic of Genoa, you hired Tarabulus Algarve pirates against us. Pirates! Sunni Libyan pirates against your fellow Christian foe. No wonder he sides against the Pope for the Emperor over in Bohemia. But if he could hire pirates, maybe I should too. Maybe at the start of the war, knowing that he's Genoa and thus he's got all that Republic money, send my boat to attack his, spit in their eye, come back down to safety and to transport my armies up, and then hire some extra pirates for protection? We're still in the learning phase after all. So we could still get away with some shenaniganry. The game's only been out for less than a week after all. A lot less than a week. So you get a few scrapes and bruises during the learning process. But right now, it's been 6 hours of stream, and I do gotta do some grocery shopping. So I did want to end on an exciting note. Started a war, did halfway good with the war. We gotta see us do a little bit alright, and then kick ourselves in the teeth, kicking those boats out, to send them straight to me before my troops could even land. 4,000 levies. We can hold on. +0. +0. I could raise them back up. I could bring them back to life. I thought that it was all hands lost at sea, and so all the armies were gone. They just went home. The 4,000 that I lost are like, oh man, do we have to? No sailors. Huh. So, we would still need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 military access to get over, though. And we can't do all that. I'm still gimped on boats. And Province somehow isn't giving us military access, are they? Alliance with everybody but me, their own senior partner. I'm really being hands-off on the affairs of the other countries I'm ruling over. I might be their queen, but I'm not a tyrant. Giving military access to Perugia only. Province is inching out a little bit over there. If Province gives us military access, it'd be 1, maybe 2, 1 again, and then there. It'd be money to ask for access. We can't simply ask them. We could request food. We could request fleet-basing rights with favors. We could purchase military access with cash that we could afford. So instead of going for Genoa first, for Corsica first, I think the better course of action then might be purchase the military access from Province, shimmy all of my dudes on over to Province, and then we march down this way. We don't have to march down this way, because this is Province, Genoa, Province, Genoa. We just march our dudes out over here. We take their capital. Ideally, kill all their armies. They'll still have the superior navy, which is a problem. I was so happy about my Mediterranean galleys. My Mediterranean galleys did kick their butt at first. The cogs were worthless, those disappeared right away. But 2 Mediterranean galleys supported by 4 traditional galleys is not enough. But I'm so short on sailors. Maximum 240 sailors, I'm not ever going to see it. I gotta get my sailor capacity up somehow. That means more wharfs. I've built wharfs so I can get wharfs. Which means back down to making more money. Make more money to get more roads for proximity. More money to build RGOs so I can get some resources for my economy. which is garbage anyway because depopulation from smallpox and then from the bubonic plague means sucks to be me, no population, no economy, gotta import everything. We got some more information and some more knowledge for next time, that's the important thing. And so that's what I'm gonna call it, so I could start getting some grocery shopping in. I'm gonna put this in the fuckery save in case I want to continue from here in lieu of taking the lessons learned to closer to the start, to seeing what all we gotta work with that direction. We're learning after all. We're allowed to save scum a little bit when we're learning. Otherwise, the only lesson I'm going to learn is how to sit at the bottom of the barrel and wait for the dates to pass before my 1% increase on commerce increases. Now, we gotta put these lessons to use and see how they work, and then get ourselves thriving. But hey, in non-cheating news, the stream didn't disconnect today. So that's one. Now, for now, Japanese developed Shrek games is what Macaw45 is playing. You know we gotta go see him play some Japanese developed Shrek games. We're gonna put on the Shrek DVD for the kids while I go do some grocery shopping. Then I'm gonna join you guys right back there. You all take care of yourselves tonight. Have yourselves a good rest of your day. And do stick around for the Raid to Macaw. I like watching, I'm sure you guys will too. I'll see you guys around the next time. We'll get a bit more learning into this game. We're slowly picking up on lessons learned, but there's a whole lot we have to do. It's not enough to do this good thing for the economy. Build up a bit of money, make this thing, make a bit of money, do that thing. Because there's a whole heckin' lot, man. You gotta build roads to everywhere so you can get good control and good proximity. And then maybe when you build up your RGOs, if disease doesn't cut down all your population, then maybe the benefits of those resources will either go directly into taxes or into product producing buildings, and then more money for you, except oops, there goes half your population, so now everything's empty and now all of your buildings are a financial drain and you got to import everything. It's a lot to tangle as. But hey, it means more lessons, so we're gonna wrestle this beast to the ground soon enough. I'll catch you guys later. See you then.
Tsuki no showerを優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよ。ああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ。雲の走ろう新しく雲の輝こう強く